In Kariungi, I am presenting to you a topic in Form 1 biology, and the topic is cell physiology, as indicated here. First of all, I would want us to go through the objectives of this topic. So we look at chapter objectives. The first one, we need to understand what is cell physiology. So we need to understand the meaning of cell physiology. Number two, we should also be in a position to relate the cell physiology and the structure of the cell membrane. So the other objective is to be able to relate the process with the semi-permeability of cell membrane. Number three, we'll also be able to state the meaning of three physiological processes. These are diffusion, osmosis, and active transport. So, be able to state the meaning So you'll be able to state the meaning of those three terms, the term diffusion, osmosis, and active transport. Objective number 4, we'll be able to study the factors that affect these three processes, the factors that affect diffusion, osmosis, and active transport. So that is objective number 4. Then we go to objective number 5. We should also be in a position by the end of the topic to describe some of the experiments that one can carry out to investigate diffusion, osmosis, and active transport. So we should be able to describe experiments to investigate the above processes. And finally, the objective number 6, we should be able to distinguish between Turgor and plasmolysis. Those are two terms that we'll also be learning in the course of the topic, and we should be able to distinguish them. So those are the objectives that we shall be fulfilling in the study of the topic cell physiology. So from there, we'll embark on an introduction. And we want to understand what is the meaning of the word cell physiology. As the word suggests, it has something to do with the cell. And the fact that it ends with -ology, it means that it is a study. So in this case, in cell physiology, we study the cell functions. So in this case, we shall look at the various structures that are found within the cell and how they carry out their functions. So we will say that cell physiology is the study of cell functions. And of course, in a cell, we know that we have different structures. We have the cell membrane, we have the mitochondria, we have the chloroplasts, if it is a plant cell. So we need to understand how those structures function within the cell. So basically, we shall be dealing with cell physiology. Now, a very important aspect of cell physiology that we also need to look at is the structure of cell membrane. We need to look at the structure of the cell membrane, because before something gets into the cell or out of the cell, it has to go through the cell membrane. So the cell membrane is a membrane or a layer that is made up of two things. It's made up of something that is called a phospholipid and a protein layer. So it's made of two layers, i.e. phospholipid. I'll explain what is a phospholipid and a protein. So it's made up of those two layers. A phospholipid is a fat layer. Anything that ends with the word lipid, it means that it's either a fat or an oil layer. Then, of course, the other one is a protein layer. So what we are basically going to do, we are going to have a diagram showing the cell membrane and how it looks like. So the cell membrane looks like that. First of all, there is the first layer, assuming that this is the outside and this is the inside. So this first layer is the phospholipid. Is the phospholipid layer, and then the one that is marked using a different color, that is red, that is the protein layer. So basically we are saying that a cell membrane is made of a phospholipid layer or a fat layer and a protein layer. Now, in between the protein layer, there is a small opening here, and that opening we call it the pore, P-O-R-E. It's a hole that allows substances to get inside the cell and also outside the cell. So that opening is meant for that. We shall look at the characteristics of the cell membrane. So this is basically the cell membrane structure, which we have said is made up of two layers. There is a phospholipid layer on either side, then there is the protein layer in between. There is a protein layer in between. So it doesn't have to be in one position. It can be in a number of positions. But basically, there is the phospholipid layer and there is the protein layer. Then in between the protein layer, there is a pore, or there is a hole that allows materials to get in or out of the cell through the cell membrane. And then the other thing that I want us to look at are the properties of the cell membrane. We look at the properties of cell membrane. One, we say that the cell membrane is semi-permeable. the cell membrane has what is called semi-permeability. And that means that it allows only the small molecules to pass through, but not large ones. So it's only allowing the small molecules to pass through the pore. Yeah? Those, if molecules are small enough to fit the pore, they can pass through, in and out. But if the molecules are large, they cannot pass. So we say that the cell membrane is semi-permeable, or we can say it's selectively permeable. So you can also stroke that with selectively permeable. It means the same thing. Now, characteristic number 2 is that the cell membrane is sensitive to temperature and pH. It's sensitive to temperature and pH. And the reason for that is because the protein layer and the lipid layer, they are sensitive. Yeah? If the temperature is too high, then the cell membrane is affected. If the temperature is also too low, it's also affected. Same case applies to the pH. So pH is the degree of acidity or alkalinity. So it's sensitive to temperature and pH. And lastly, number 3, the cell membrane is polarized. Polarized means that it has charges. It has charges that are positive and negative. Has charges that are positive and negative. So basically, we have looked at the objectives of the entire topic. We have listed them down. Then we have gone ahead and defined what is cell physiology as the study of cell functions. We have looked at the structure of the cell membrane, and we have seen that the cell membrane is made of 2 layers. There is the phospholipid layer and there is the protein layer. And then we have also said that in the protein layer, there is a pore that allows materials to get in and out. Then we have looked at the properties, 3 properties of the cell membrane. One is its semi-permeability or selectively permeable, meaning that it is selective. It selects the small molecules to go through, but not the large ones. It's also sensitive to changes in temperature and also pH. And finally, the cell membrane is polarized. That means that it has both positive and negative charges. So our lesson for today will end there. Then we'll have an assignment based on what we have learned. So the first question, we define the term cell physiology as we have learnt it. 2, we describe the structure of cell membrane, description of that structure. And then number 3, we state 3 properties of cell membrane. So we are going to stop there for today, and we shall continue from there next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How are you, learners? Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. The subject is business studies. Today we are going to start on a new topic which is known as production. In this topic we will define the term production. We will identify the types of production. We will study the direct and indirect production. We also learn about the levels of production, Then finally, we will study division of labor and specialization. Those are the areas that we intend to cover under this topic known as production. In the first lesson, we will define the term production. By the end of this lesson, you should be able to define the term production. So learners, welcome to our today's learning session. The topic is production. The question we want to answer in this lesson is, what is production? And learners, production is derived from the word produce, to produce. So learners, production can be defined as the creation of goods or provision of services to satisfy human wants. I want us to write down the definition of production. Production is the process of creating. The process of doing what? The process of creating. All right? Is a process of creating, or we can say production is the creation of goods and provision of services. Production is the creation. Let me simplify it. Production is the creation of goods and provision of services to satisfy human wants. To satisfy human wants. There are two things here, learners, goods and services. We defined goods in our previous sessions and also services. So that creation of goods and provision of services, creating goods and providing services is what we are terming production. Production is the creation of goods and the provision of services to do what? To satisfy human wants. To satisfy human wants. Learners, people engage in variety of activities such as farming, hairdressing, trading, video production, publishing. All right? There are many activities that people engage in. Such activities lead to creation of goods and provision of services. Services like teaching, services like nursing, services like shoe shining, services like hairdressing. So all those activities that people engage in are said to be productive activities, like what I'm doing now. If I'm teaching you, then I am providing a service which is known as teaching. So in other words, I'm being productive. I'm doing a productive work. So the goods and services that are created through the process of production are generally referred to as products. The goods or services that are done what? That are created through the process of creating goods and providing services are generally referred to as products. So the videos that you are watching, learners, we took time to produce the videos, right? I'm not doing it alone. There is someone who is recording what I'm saying. He's called Shuka Boy. There is Shuka Boy who is doing the video capturing, is capturing the video. That is being productive. Sugar Boy is being productive. I'm also being productive. What we are doing is known as video production. Okay, we are providing content. We are content generators. We are creating products which are known as tuition. Okay, so there are many activities, learners, that take place that people engage in, variety of activities. So production is the creation of goods and the provision of services to do what? To satisfy human wants. All right? So, therefore, learners, production involves all categories of business activities. All categories of business activities. Production does what? Involves all the categories of business activities, which we learned earlier. If you are a good student, you should remember the activities I'm talking about. Extraction. Remember, we mentioned extraction. We mentioned manufacturing. We mentioned processing. We mentioned construction. There is also trade and service provision. Trade means buying and selling of goods or services. Trading. There are those who now do not engage in active production of goods or services, but there are those who do trading. They buy from the providers of goods and services, then they sell to those who are known as consumers. Those who consume the goods are known as consumers. So there are those who come in between the providers of goods and services and the consumers. They buy from the providers, then they sell to consumers. That is also an activity. Such people are also being productive. So, this production, we've said, it involves all categories of business activities which I've mentioned: extraction, manufacturing, there is processing, construction, there is trading, there is also provision of services. So production, learners, is only complete when the goods or services reach the people who are the final consumers. Otherwise, learners, for example, if you are to produce videos like the ones you are watching and they don't reach you, then production is not complete. For production to be complete, then the goods or services must reach the people who consume them, the final consumers. All right? And the final consumers must be in a certain place. They may need the goods in the right form, at the right place, within the required time. So do you understand, learners? The goods that people produce, the services that people provide, production can be said to be complete if the goods and the services reach the final consumers at the right time, in the right form, and in the required time. All right? The right form, at the right place, and at the right time. The right time, the right place, all right, and within the required time and in the right form. Goods are consumed always in a certain form. If you are to eat food, right, then that food has some food which must be cooked. So being cooked food may be the right form for certain foods. There are foods that do not require cooking, like avocado. That one is eaten raw, all right? So every product, like say clothes, if I have to buy a suit, then that suit must be in the right form. The suit must have buttons, right? It must be fitting, okay? The suit must be in the right form. It must also reach me at the right place, learners, in the right place and at the right time. So all the activities that, this is another point, all the activities that assist the goods and services to reach the consumers are said to be part of the production process. All other activities, they could be things like banking, like money transfer, okay? Money transfer, because sometimes nowadays, in our time, in our day, we don't sometimes deal with cash, right? We may send money electronically. So such activities, banking, insurance, packaging, right? Advertising, all those activities are said to be part of the production process. They usually form the final stage of the production process. When you produce in the farm, for example, that food has to reach people who are in, say, Nairobi, okay? If the food is in, say, Busweta or Kapsambo village, if the food is in Kapsambo village or Busweta village, that food may be required by people who are in Nairobi. So there are certain activities which has to take place for the food, say maize, which is in Busweta, to reach the people in Nairobi. So all the activities, okay, all the activities, learners, which assist in the movement of goods and services from one place to another, they form the final stage of the production process. Learners, is that clear? Do you have a question? In this lesson, the objective was to define the term production, which I have done. I want you to go through the video one more time. Take notes. Then answer the following questions. Questions I'm calling revision questions. I have two questions for you today. Number one, define the term production. Number two, make a detailed list of productive activities carried out near your home. Make a detailed list. Write down a detailed, comprehensive list of the activities, productive activities that are carried out near your home. Near your home. List 1, 2, 3, 4. A detailed list. Then define the term production. When answering the questions, I always say don't copy directly from the notes. Try and see if you can recall what we have learned in our today's lesson. Thank you and bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to our today's lesson. My name is Mwaniki. Today we are discussing chemistry form 2 and our topic is chemical families, patterns in properties. Chemical families and patterns in properties. I want to start with the objectives. for this chapter, or what we need to achieve by the end of this chapter. So, objectives. By the end of this chapter, the learner should be able to at the end of the chapter, the learner should be able to, 1, identify and write identify and write the electron configuration of alkali metals, alkaline earth metals, halogens, and noble gases. Second, state and explain physical properties. State and explain physical properties of elements in group 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 7, and 8. State and explain physical properties of elements in group 1, 2, 7, and 8. The third objective should be able to state and explain trends in reactivity of elements in group 1, 2, 7, and 8. State explain trends State and explain trends in reactivity of elements in group 1, 2, 7, and 8. The next objective should be able to explain the similarities in chemical formula of compounds of elements in a group. Explain similarities between compounds of elements in the same group. The next objective should be able to explain the unreactive nature of group 8 elements. Explain the unreactive nature of group 8 elements. The next objective should be able to identify and write electron arrangement of period 3 elements. Identify and write identify and write electron arrangement of elements in period 3. And lastly, should be able to state and explain the trends in physical and chemical properties of elements in period 3. State and explain state and explain trends in physical properties of elements, trends in physical properties and chemical properties of elements in period 3. And therefore, those are the objectives you as the learner you need to understand or you need to have in mind as we move on in this topic. So by the end of this chapter, the learner should be able to 1. Identify and write electron configuration of alkali metals, alkaline earth metals, halogens, and noble gases. You should be able to write electron configuration of the elements in those chemical families as we are going to discuss later. Next, you should be able to state and explain physical properties of elements in group 1, 2, 7, and 8. State and explain trends in reactivity of elements in group 1, 2, 7, and 8. Explain similarities between compounds of elements in a group. Explain similarities between compounds of elements in a group. We will see these compounds. The next, explain the unreactive nature of group 8 elements. You see that group 8 elements, they are chemically unreactive. Therefore, we will be able to explain why they are chemically unreactive. Next, you should be able to identify and write electron arrangement of elements in period 3. So identify and write electron arrangement of elements in period 3. I will tell you the elements in period 3, and then we are going to discuss and be able to write electron arrangement. So in the previous topic, we discussed on how to write electron arrangement, but we remind ourselves. Lastly, should be able to state and explain trends in physical properties and chemical properties of elements in period 3. Therefore, those are the objectives you need to have as we go by in this topic. The other thing I want us to discuss in this lesson, I want to define 3 important terms. I want to define the term chemical, term family, and the term chemical families. I will start with the first. The first is chemical, and see that a chemical first is chemical. We see that a chemical is a distinct compound or substance which has been artificially prepared or purified. A distinct compound or substance which especially a distinct compound or substance, especially which has been artificially prepared or purified. That is what we call a chemical. The second term is family. And we say that a family is a group of elements with similar chemical properties. A family is a group of elements with similar chemical properties. So these elements have similar chemical properties. And the last term, this term number 3, is a chemical family. We say that a chemical family is a group of elements with the same number of valence electrons, and therefore they are found in the same group. It's a group of elements It's a group of elements with the same number of valence electrons and are therefore in the same group. So when we talk about the valence electrons means the number of electrons in the outermost energy level. Valence is the number of electrons in the outermost energy level. So a chemical family is that group of elements with the same number of electrons in the outermost energy level, and therefore if they have the same number of electrons in the outermost energy level, they are found in the same group. An example, when elements have 1 electron in the outermost energy level, those elements are found in group 1. And we have an example of lithium, sodium, potassium, that all the 3 elements have 1 electron in the outermost energy level, and therefore they are found in group 1. So you can say that lithium, sodium, and potassium, that is a chemical family, and that chemical family has a specific name which we'll be discussing in the next lesson. Therefore, before I end, we have talked about the definition of terms. We have defined 3 terms. First term was chemical, and I've seen that a chemical is a distinct compound or substance, especially which has been artificially prepared or purified. Second, I have said we have defined a family, and we have said that a family is a group of elements with similar chemical properties. A group of elements with similar chemical properties. So their chemical properties, they need to be similar. And the third term I've said is a chemical family, which is a group of elements with the same number of valence electrons. And I repeat again, I've seen the valence electrons. These are the number of electrons in the outermost energy level and are therefore in the same group of the periodic table. That brings us to the end of our lesson today. But before that, I need to give you an assignment. And this is the assignment. So I have one question. Question is define the following. Define the following terms. A, chemical. B, family. And C, chemical chemical family. So ensure that you've done that assignment before you meet in the lesson. Define the following terms: chemical, second family, and third, chemical family. So when we meet next, we will be discussing the first chemical family, which is the alkali metals. Thank you for participating in the lesson. Meet you in the next lesson. Bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome to our today's history and government lesson. Your teacher, Conan Gakure. It's my pleasure to have you in today's lesson. We are going to introduce a new topic, that is the establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. That is the next topic of Form 3 that we are going to be discussing. In this unit, we are going to delve more into the Kenyan, the establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. In the previous topic that you have studied, we were learning about the European invasion and the process of colonization of Africa. We discussed how the European powers scrambled, were fighting, were competing against each other, right? That is the scramble, the sudden rush. So the European powers rushed into getting colonies or territories in the African continent. That is what we defined as the scramble for Africa. And then after the scramble, they sat down during the Berlin Conference, if you can remember, that was held in which year? I'll give you that. You should be able to know the year in which the Berlin Conference was held, that was led by Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of the German Republic then. So they came down and sat and decided to subdivide, partition, share in an organized manner. That is partition. So they partitioned Africa amongst themselves. That is the partitioning of Africa. So Africa was now subdivided as a continent. It was subdivided. Each European power took part of the continent for themselves. The European powers that were struggling or that shared the African continent, that they refer to as the African kick, right? Can you remember which are these powers? Can you mention them? The powers that subdivided or took territories in Africa, the European powers. Which are they? British, very good. We have the French, very good. We have which other? We have the Italians, we have the Germans, we have the Belgians, right? These are some of the powers. We had Portugal, some of the European powers that came to get colonies. Are you able to remember the reasons that we gave? Why were they so much interested in getting these colonies and getting each and every person getting a portion of the African continent? There were so many reasons that we gave. We divided them into social, into economic, political, human, and then the strategic reasons for them scrambling and partitioning Africa. And we are not going to delve in that because we have already tackled that. So based on that, now we come down into and look at now how the Kenyan territory was colonized. And the first thing to mention, it was colonized by the British. The British took control of the Kenyan colony. But before that, I would want to give you a background of how they ended up coming to take
position of Africa. So, of Kenya, sorry. Kenya is part of the East Africa. Kenya is part of East Africa. In East Africa, we have other nations. At that time, we have Tanzania, we have Uganda, we have Ethiopia, right? The eastern part of Africa. So there were different powers that were interested in getting the East African territory. Some of these countries are Germans. Germany was one of them. We had Britain. We had Italy. Right? We had Italy that were competing to get the East African territory. We also had the Portuguese, who had come earlier than these powers. Remember in your Form 1 work, the contacts between East Africa and the outside world. So East Africa had been exposed to the outside world through trade. That was the main thing that exposed the East African coast to this power. So by the trade, it attracted these powers to come and get colonies in East Africa. Because of the trade, people were able to know that East Africa is rich. And now these powers came and competed to get a portion of the East African part of the African continent. So these are the countries that were fighting. So they had, after the Berlin Conference, they had to divide the East African continent amongst themselves. They made a protectorate, and I'm sure you discussed that. You know what a protectorate is: a sphere of influence where power has been put in place. So Britain took control of Kenya, which is the land where we are living in. The boundaries of Kenya, we were colonized by Britain. So you ask yourself, what are the factors or what are the reasons why the British were so much interested in taking Kenya as their colony in East Africa? Because remember, they were competing with all these other nations. So there must be a significant reason or reasons why these powers are fighting or struggling to get each other, or struggling against each other to get part of the colony of Africa. So that is what we are going to be discussing. Let us start with that at that point so that we are able to go forward. So the factors, you can also refer to that as reasons for factors for colonization. Factors for colonization of colonization stroke occupation. Stroke occupation of Kenya. Remember, we are saying, and I've mentioned that it was occupied by Britain. So what are these factors that encouraged or made it necessary for the British to come and occupy Kenya? The first one was the source of the Nile. The source of the Nile. Remember, the Nile starts in Uganda, right? And we said it was very essential because Britain had occupied Egypt. So it was necessary for them to secure where the Nile starts because Egypt is a desert. They do not have their own sources of water. They heavily relied on the Nile as a source of water. It provided, the Nile provided water. It also provided silt. silt that could be deposited on the shores of the Nile towards as it goes to drain into the Mediterranean Sea. So it carries along the top soil from the highlands, from the East African highlands, the Ethiopian highlands. So it was very essential for the British to occupy Kenya and Uganda being one, at that time the British protectorate, so that they are able to protect the source of River Nile. Why? Because they had occupied Egypt, and as we discussed in our previous topic, Egypt was very strategic or was very important to them because of the Suez Canal. So it was necessary for the British to come and occupy Kenya so that they could safeguard those interests, the source of River Nile. That is the first reason why they were very interested in occupying Kenya. Number two, they had strategic, Kenya had strategic interests, or the strategic position of Kenya on the coast, on the East African coast. So British had interest in India, right? They had interest in India. They had colonized India, and it was very rich for them. It was very essential. So Kenya was a strategic stopover position. It was a calling place for the British as they moved towards India. So they had to colonize Kenya so that they can safeguard their interest in India. They could easily move from Kenya to India in case there was need. So Kenya was of strategic importance to them. Remember, Kenya had very good natural harbors. So the British would come, dock at the coast, and take time as they move towards the Indian place. And then number three, they were searching for raw materials. They were searching for raw materials. Remember, it was during the time of industrialization. There were a lot of industries that had developed in Britain. Britain had become a superior power. Actually, it was the first country to power to industrialize. Remember in your topic in development of industry, Britain was the first to industrialize. So it had a lot of industries that required a lot of raw materials. Examples is what we have: cotton, there is tea, right? They could come and get these plantations and get these minerals and then export them or take them to Britain for the industries to produce. And then after they had processed the raw materials that have come from Kenya, they had also to look for market. So Kenya also provided a ready market. That was another reason or factor for the colonization or occupation of Kenya. So the British came because Kenyans provided a ready market for the goods. Kenyans, we were producing these raw materials, but we did not have our own industries to produce the clothing, to produce the shoes. So the British occupied Kenya in the interest that they could be able to get market for their products in exchange of the raw materials that they were producing, and also Kenyans were also willing to make payments for those goods. Let us look also at the other reasons why the British had to occupy Kenya. Number 5, they wanted to protect missionaries. So during the 19th century, there were Christian missionaries who came to evangelize. They came to spread the gospel, right? They came to spread the gospel. So these missionaries requested their mother countries or their home governments for protection. So they require to be protected. So they came and asked the home governments to provide them with support or to provide them with protection. Apart from the missionaries, there were also other people who had come to invest in Kenya. So they also required protection. Apart from protection, number 6, they also wanted to abolish slave trade. So the British came with the interest of abolishing slave trade that was happening at the coast, led by the Portuguese initially, and then we also had the Arabs. Remember, Said had established a plantation at the coast, which required a lot of manpower. So there was development of slave trade. So the British came in the interest of abolishing slave trade and in its part establish legitimate trade. So they wanted to promote legitimate trade. That is, the market, they wanted to find a place where they could sell their own, they could sell their own products. So apart from that also, number 7, they had another reason for coming to the east or to Kenya. They wanted to invest the surplus capital. So from the industries that they had developed in their homes, they had a lot of capital. They got a lot of profits from the industries. So these profits, they needed to invest it somewhere else, because now they have industries that are providing a lot of resources to them. So there existed a class of wealthy merchants, right? There are wealthy merchants or traders, wealthy merchants who wanted to advance or get or invest the monies they had gotten in new lands. So they had to come and occupy the Kenyan territory for them to continue enjoying the profits. And then apart from that, there was need or there was prestige. It was prestigious for them to acquire the Kenyan colony. It added to their interest. It added to their self-esteem that they have a new colony. And then the second last reason why they came to or occupy, or they wanted to colonize the African or the Kenyan territory, was to settle the surplus population. To settle the surplus population with production of more food from the industries. The population in Britain had increased. So they needed a place where they could settle the British community. And Kenya was a perfect place. We have a very good climate. That is the first thing. And we have very fertile land. So these Europeans had the opinion that they could come and settle in the Kenyan highlands. That is why they went to the highlands. In the highlands, at the coast, we had very nice beaches where they could relax themselves. They could swim. Right? In Nairobi, we had very fresh water that they could be able to access every now and then. And then, lastly, the independence. The independence of the USA. The independence of the USA. USA was a colony of Britain. So when USA became independent, the British turned to Africa, and specifically Kenya, based on the other points that I've put forward. So they wanted to get other colonies to compensate for the loss they had gotten after the independence of the USA. So these are some of the factors that necessitated or encouraged the British to come and make an occupation of Africa. So I'm sure you are able to discuss them in detail, and as we have done, and you are able to group them into economic, social, and political reasons. And I'm sure when you are asked to mention political reasons, you are able. For example, when you are told to mention even the economic reasons, you are well able, because you just talk of ready market, you'll talk of raw materials, right? You'll talk of the investment of capital, right? So those are economic. Social, you talk of missionaries and traders. You talk of when you talk of social, there is missionaries, right? And also abolishment of slave trade. That is humanitarian aspect. Political, you talk of prestige, right? You talk of the independence of the USA, right? You talk of the strategic interests of Kenya. Those are part of the politics or dealing with ruling, right? So those are the factors. So as we have introduced our lesson, our topic, so we shall in the coming lessons look at what or how did they occupy the Kenyan territory. How did the Kenyan people react towards the coming of the British, and then how did they rule the Kenyan territory? So those are the issues we are going to be discussing in our coming lessons. So allow me now to give you, as we end our first lesson, allow me to give you a revision question. A revision question for you. Actually, let me give you two questions, revision questions. Number one, identify the European powers competing for East Africa. And then number two, discuss the factors that encourage the British occupation of Kenya. Number one, identify the European powers that competed for East Africa. And then number two, discuss the factors that encourage the British occupation of Kenya. So those are the questions that I want you to attempt. And with that, we have come to the end of our history and government lesson for today. Thank you for your participation and for watching. Until the next time, bye-bye.
Greetings, class. Welcome to today's lesson. We're going to look at grammar, but majorly Form 4 grammar, and we're looking at phrases as a broad spectrum, yes, but we will narrow it down to participle phrases. But before we get to participle phrases, we're going to look at what phrases are. So I'll just introduce. So a phrase, from Form 1 to Form 3, you have been introduced to what phrases are. And right from Form 1, you've been told that a phrase is a group of words that functions as a single unit in a sentence. So it's a group of words, but it functions as a single unit in a sentence. This single unit could function as a noun or a verb or an adverb, an adjective, or a participle. Oh, not to forget a preposition. Preposition. So this group of words, this phrase that we're talking about, will function as a noun. It will be a group of words, but it will function as a noun. It will be a group of words, but it will function as a verb. It will be a group of words, but it will function as an adverb, or an adjective, or a participle, or a preposition. So in Form 1, you are introduced to noun phrases. Noun phrases. Before we get to noun phrases, this phrase, it consists of the head word, and or modifiers. So it could either be just the head word itself, like in noun phrases. Mary is just a noun phrase. But now, when it comes to preposition, the preposition cannot function on its own and you call it a prepositional phrase. But in noun phrases, you can call Mary a noun phrase. But now, when it gets to preposition adjectives, you'll need to have other words that make up the phrase. So the phrase consists of the head word and its modifiers. So if it is a noun phrase, it will consist of the noun and the modifiers. These modifiers, when I say N, now N means what? Noun. So the modifiers could be determiners. It could be quantifiers. It could be, so let me give you examples of determiners. We have a, an, the. Quantifiers could be some, few, could be even pronouns, e.g. my, this. Okay, those ones are modifiers of what? The noun. What do we mean by a modifier? A word, it is a word that describes a noun. A modifier, a word that maybe we can say gives more information about a noun. So that when we say that the noun phrase will contain the noun and its modifiers, then it will be the noun, for example, boy. So you add modifiers to it so that it makes up the noun phrase. So when you say this boy, you're telling us more about which boy you're talking about. You're giving us more information about which boy. If you say a boy, no problem. It could be any other boy, okay? Or maybe this, if it is not just a boy, it could be even adjectives. Sorry, before we continue, even adjectives are part of modifiers of noun because adjectives describe nouns. So when they are combined together with the noun, they make up the noun phrase. They will function as the noun in the sentence. The noun phrase will function as it's a group of words that functions as a noun. As a noun in a sentence. So you say this boy. So this boy is a noun phrase. A boy is a noun phrase. Give me a word like pen. Pen. You can add my blue. Already you have this my blue are modifiers. They make up the noun phrase. They must work with the noun because they give us more information about Noun. So all of them, they are called what? This is a noun phrase. So my blue pen is lost. So in the sentence, my blue pen is functioning as a noun in the sentence. Now, when we get to, we'll look at a lesson where we'll be looking at the functions of noun in sentences. And nouns can function as the subject, the object. And when we'll be looking at that, you'll now understand how it functions as the what? The noun in the sentence. The noun functions as a performer of an action or the receiver of an action in a sentence. So today, we're just looking at phrases and reminding ourselves, because I'm assuming that you've already learned about it. So we are reminding ourselves what we know about phrases right from Form 1. So Form 1, we looked at noun phrases, and I've given you an example of a noun phrase. This boy, a boy, even Mary, 3 girls. You know, remember this word 3 is a modifier. It must, when it functions like this, it becomes a group of words that is functioning as a noun. So we come to verb phrase. We come to verb phrase. Let me just write. So a verb phrase is a group of words that function as a verb in a sentence. So the verb phrase will contain again the head word and its modifier. So the head word in the verb phrase is a verb. The head word in the noun phrase is the noun and its modifiers. So the verb plus its modifiers will now make up the verb phrase. Now, one easy thing about verb phrase, whatever modifies a verb, usually an auxiliary. Auxiliaries. So that we can say, so the verb cannot function in its own without the auxiliaries. So that we have is eating. This already is a verb phrase. So what are the auxiliaries? Before I give you, already this is a verb phrase. It's a verb phrase. Auxiliaries include primary. Auxiliaries include primary and modal. So under primary, we have forms of the verb to be, e.g. is, was, forms of do, forms of have. And then modal auxiliaries include may, shall, will. So all these, when they occur with a main verb is an action word. A verb is an action word. So for you to make up the verb phrase, you will need the verb and its modifier. Whatever functions with the verb is one that gives us more information. It gives us the state of the verb. In this case, the state will be like, a verb can just be, for example, we can have a verb like be, but it has its forms, e.g. is, was, were, are. So for you to say we are here, we can say we are here, but if it is used in a sentence, in this case, it will be used as an auxiliary. Now, another main verb could be, here it can be used as an auxiliary, but another main verb could be work. So you can't say John work there. You must say John is working there. So that gives us the state. Which state is it? Is he working now, or was working, or is working, or is still working? You know those words. So that's why we need an auxiliary, a helping word. Auxiliaries are also called helping verbs. They help the verb. They help us know how the verb is functioning in that sentence, in the aspect of tense, in the sense of tense, because verbs gives us actions. But which actions? When were they happening? Okay. So here the verb will have an auxiliary, and a verb, so that it can make the what? The verb phrase. So an example of a verb phrase is very easy. We can have is working, have been working, maybe was working. All these make up the verb phrase. when I write VP, just know it's a verb phrase. So it will contain the verb and the what? The modifiers. The modifiers of a verb phrase are the auxiliaries only. Not like in a noun where we have pronouns, quantifiers, what, that describe the noun. Here we only have the modifiers. The only word that works with a verb is an auxiliary in this case. All right? So that is all for a verb phrase. Then the next one, the next type of phrase is a prepositional phrase. So again, this is a group of words that functions as a preposition. I won't repeat writing because by now I think you know the drill. It's almost the same kind of description, only that here it will function as a preposition. It will contain the head word, which is the preposition, and its modifiers. So the head word of a preposition, the modifiers of a preposition are the noun phrases. The noun. So that we can have, for example, a preposition like at, or in, or under. So under the table, in a car, at the cinema. Why do we call them modifiers? They tell us where the preposition, how the preposition is functioning, as in where. How do prepositions function in sentences? They tell us where something is. So for it to function as a prepositional phrase, it cannot occur on its own. It must occur with a noun phrase. So the head word here again, the head word here is a preposition, and the modifiers are the noun phrase. So this is an example of a prepositional phrase. Number four, we have the adverbial phrase. The adverbial phrase. Again, like we said before, it will be a group of words that function as a what? As an adverb. What is an adverb? Is a word that gives us more information about a verb. For example, they walked. If it here is a verb, walked. Then when you add quickly, that is a what? Quickly is an adverb. So here we're looking not at the verb. We are now looking at how we can, which words can function with what? Quickly. All right? So, like we said from the beginning, that the noun phrase will have the head word and its modifiers. So here the head word is the adverb, okay, and its modifiers. Okay, adverbs occur on their own. For example, you can only have the adverb. The modifiers of an adverb are intensifiers. Intensifiers are also called adverbs of degree. Adverbs of degree. So that when you say quickly, then you say the intensifier here. Adverbs of degree, let me just give you examples. They include very, to. Okay, those ones are some of the examples of the adverbs of degree. So that when they work with when they do what? When you put them together with another adverb, then it will be functioning as an intensifier. But when joined together, it will be an adverb phrase. So the example will be very quickly. So this is an adverbial phrase. Even examples like last year. Examples like too often. Okay, all these two verbs, two adverbs, okay, they function as what? The adverbial phrase. We say that what do you call an adverbial phrase? It's a group of words that function as an adverb in a sentence. So that you say, he walked very quickly. So if you're asked to identify the adverbial phrase in the sentence, you just underline both of these, okay? All right, now we have the fifth one, which is an adjectival phrase. Adjectival phrase. Again, like we said, an adjectival phrase is a group of words that functions as an adjective. So it will be a group of words that will function as an adjective. So in this case, the head word is the adjective and its modifiers. The modifiers in this case are, like here we say they're intensifiers. Here we say they're auxiliaries. In the noun phrase we say they're determiners, quantifiers, adjectives themselves. And here we are also including again intensifiers. Remember, an intensifier is not a new word. It's just an adverb of degree. But now it tells us to what extent, to what degree. All right, that's why we call them intensifiers. They tell us the intensity of an action. So here we have maybe an adjective like beautiful. So we add an intensifier to, then it becomes what? An adjectival phrase. Too beautiful. If it is tired, too tired. Okay, that's another adjective. Tired, too tired. Enough, fresh. If it is fresh, you can say fresh enough. I'm saying that. So those are the basic ones that you've learned, because noun phrases are taught in Form 1. Verb phrases and adverbial phrases are taught in Form 2. Prepositional phrases and adjectival phrases are taught in Form 3. So all that is just like looking at how, basically we're just breaking down words, but now in terms of phrases. These are things you've learned. You've learned about nouns, verbs, adjectives. Now we're looking at them in a broad perspective, but now we're looking at them in a broad perspective in terms of phrases. And today we're also going to introduce a new one, which is called a participle phrase. A participle phrase. We say that the phrases can function as nouns, they can function as verbs, they can function as adjectives, they can function as prepositions, they can function as adjectives. And again, they can also function as a participle.
Enroll your child for the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a cost-friendly format.
Hujambo mwanafunzi, karibu katika Manifested online classes, ambapo leo hii mimi Mugambi James nitakufundisha Kiswahili. Na leo hii tunataka kushughulikia ushairi. Kwanza katika hiki kipindi chetu tunafaa tuangalie kufikia mwisho wa hiki kipindi tuweze kujua maana ya ushairi, maana ya shairi, kisha tuangalie baadhi ya istilahi ambazo zinatumika katika ushairi ama katika huu uwanja wa ushairi katika mashairi. Hivyo basi Kiswahili siku ya leo mada yetu leo ni ushairi. Kwanza tujiulize, shairi ni nini? Shairi ni nini? Shairi. Kuna vitabu mbalimbali ambavyo vimegusia mambo kuhusiana na maana ya ushairi. Hawatofautiani wote. Wanaeleza kwamba shairi ni utungo wa kisanaa ambao unatumia lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno kwa ajili ya kuwasilisha ujumbe. Na ukisikia katika hayo maelezo nimesema vipi? Nimetaja mambo kuhusiana na utungo wa kisanaa. Shairi ni utungo wa kisanaa. Huu utungo wa kisanaa unatumia lugha teule. Huu utungo wa kisanaa unatumia lugha teule. Mbali na kutumia lugha teule, una mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa ajili ya kuwasilisha ujumbe. Hivyo basi katika maelezo yako, katika kufafanua ama kueleza dhana ya ushairi, katika kueleza dhana ya shairi, eleza kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa unaotumia lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno kwa ajili ya kuwasilisha ujumbe. Lengo la kwanza limekamilika. Wacha tuangalie lengo la pili, ambapo ni kuangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika ushairi. Istilahi katika ushairi. Istilahi katika ushairi. Ninapotumia neno istilahi hapa, namaanisha baadhi ya maneno yanayotumika ama msamiati unaotumika katika mashairi. Kwanza kabisa, wacha tutumie neno mshororo. Tuzungumzie mambo kuhusiana na mshororo. Mshororo ni nini? Mshororo ni mstari. Ni mstari wa maneno. Ni mstari wa maneno katika shairi. Yaani tuseme katika shairi kunakuwa na vifungu mbalimbali vya hii mistari. Mistari miwili mitatu inaunda kifungu kimoja. Mistari mitatu tena inaunda kifungu kingine. Hivyo basi hiyo mistari katika shairi ndio ambayo tunaita mshororo. Hii mishororo inaweza ikaungana miwili mitatu minne ikaunda ubeti. Nimesema vipi? Kwamba mishororo miwili mitatu minne mitano ikaunganishwa pamoja inaunda kitu ambacho tunaita ubeti. Hivyo basi ubeti maana yake ni kama ushaifahamu, ni kifungu cha mishororo kadhaa. Ni kifungu cha mishororo kadhaa. Ni kifungu cha mishororo kadhaa. Huo ndio ubeti. Mbali na ubeti, wacha tuende kwenye istilahi nyingine ambayo ni kipande. Kipande. Utapata kwamba katika baadhi ya mashairi mishororo huwa imegawanyishwa kuwili ama mara tatu ama mara nne. Ya, unaona vipi? Yaani kunakuwa mshororo mmoja unakuwa na kipande kimoja, cha pili, cha tatu na mara nyingine hata cha nne. Hivyo ndivyo ambavyo tunaita vipande. Hivyo basi kipande ni kisehemu katika mshororo. Ni kisehemu katika mshororo. Ni kisehemu katika mshororo. Nafikiri naweza nikachora tu kidogo hivi kwa ajili yako wewe mwanafunzi kuelewa. Yaani tulisema kwamba mshororo ni mstari wa maneno. Ya, unakuwa na mstari namna hii. Lakini mstari wenyewe unakuwa umegawika. Katika baadhi ya mashairi unapata kwamba mshororo unakuwa na vipande viwili. Kipande cha kwanza na kipande cha pili. Hivi basi hii sehemu ni kipande na hiki kingine ni kipande. Mpendwa mwanafunzi, ningependa bado tuangalie hivi vipande huwa vina majina yake. Na hizo ni baadhi ya istilahi bado. Unapata kwamba katika baadhi ya mashairi hivi vipande vinaweza kuwa kimoja, vinaweza kuwa viwili, vinaweza kuwa vitatu ama vikawa vinne. Hivyo basi kipande cha kwanza ndicho ambacho kinaitwa ukwapi. kinaitwa ukwapi. Ukwapi tumesema ni nini? Ni kipande cha kwanza cha mshororo. Kipande cha kwanza cha mshororo. Kwa mfano katika hiki kipande, katika huu mfano ambao tuko nao hapa juu, huu unaweza ukaitwa ukwapi. Kipande cha kwanza kinaitwa ukwapi. Kipande cha pili kitaitwa utao. Kipande cha pili kitaitwa utao. Ni kipande cha pili cha mshororo. Kipande cha pili cha mshororo kinaitwa utao. Hivyo basi katika mfano wetu hapa tunaweza kuwa na hii sehemu ikiitwa utao. Mwanafunzi, ningependa nikukumbushe kwamba nilisema kwamba mshororo unaweza ukawa na kipande cha kwanza, cha pili, cha tatu ama cha nne. Kumaanishaje? Kwamba kuna uwezekano pia wa kuwa na kipande cha tatu katika mshororo. Hicho kipande nacho kitaitwa mwandamizi. 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 Hicho basi ni kipande cha tatu cha mshororo. Kipande cha tatu cha mshororo. Kipande cha nne. Kipande cha nne. Kipande cha nne tunaweza kukiita ukingo. Kipande cha nne tunaweza kukiita ukingo. Hivyo basi ukingo ni kipande cha nne cha mshororo. Hapo nafikiri tumeweza kuelewa vipi kwamba nimesema mshororo ni mstari wa maneno, ubeti ni kifungu cha mishororo kadhaa, kipande nacho ni kisehemu katika mshororo. Na tukasema vipi mshororo unaweza ukawa na vipande viwili, kimoja, vitatu ama vinne. Na tukasema hivi vipande huwa vina majina yake. Kipande cha kwanza tukasema kwamba kinaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kinaitwa utao, cha tatu mwandamizi na cha nne kinaitwa ukingo. Basi nitatoa tu mchoro kidogo tu kwa ajili yako wewe mwanafunzi uweze kuelewa zaidi. Na nitatumia tu mfano ambao nilikuwa nimetumia pale, ambapo tulisema kipande cha kwanza, kuna kile cha pili, kuna kile cha tatu na kuna kile cha nne. Tulisema vipi? Cha kwanza kitaitwa vipi? Ukwapi. Cha pili utao. Cha tatu mwandamizi. Cha nne ukingo. Bado hatujamaliza istilahi. Nataka nigusie mengine. Tulisema mishororo katika ubeti. Basi iwapo aghalabu utapata baadhi ya mashairi yale mengi sana huwa ni ya mishororo minne katika kila ubeti. Hii mishororo huwa ina majina yake. Mshororo wa kwanza katika ubeti, hasa katika shairi la tarbia, shairi ambalo lina mishororo minne, mshororo wa kwanza huitwa mwanzo. Mwanzo. Kuna baadhi ya vitabu ama baadhi ya waandishi utapata wanauita fatiha bado Fatiha ni mshororo wa kwanza katika ubeti. Mshororo wa kwanza katika ubeti. Huo ndio mwanzo, au ukitaka fatiha bado. Aya, mshororo wa pili tunauita mloto. Huo ni mshororo wa pili. Mshororo wa pili katika ubeti. Mshororo wa tatu tunaweza kuita mleo, au ukitaka mlea. Huo ni mshororo wa tatu. Mshororo wa nne, hasa nimesema katika baadhi ya mashairi, na mashairi yenyewe sana sana huwa ni yale ya tarbia. Unapata pia unaweza ukaitwa kiishio, unaweza kuitwa mwisho. Ya, huo ni mshororo wa nne wa mwisho. Mshororo wa nne na wa mwisho. Mwanafunzi, nafikiri mpaka hapo tuko pamoja. Naomba kuongezea hizi istilahi kwa sababu ni nyingi tu sana. Hapo pia tumesema mambo kuhusiana na mishororo. Tumesema kuna mshororo ambao unaitwa mwanzo, hasa katika mashairi ambayo ni tarbia. Mshororo wa pili unaitwa mloto, wa tatu unaitwa mleo au mlea, wa nne unaitwa kiishio au kitaka mwisho. Bado kuna istilahi nyingine ambazo tunafaa pia tuzishughulikie, hasa ambapo tutaangalia kibwagizo. 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 Kibwagizo pia utapata kinaitwa mkarara. Mkarara. Ya, kibwagizo au mkarara. Utapata kuna baadhi ya mashairi ambayo huwa na mishororo ambayo hurudiwa, na aghalabu utapata mishororo hii huwa ni ule wa mwisho. Ya, unarudiwa kwa ajili ya kusisitiza ujumbe katika shairi lenyewe. Ya, ili uweze ukapata ujumbe. Ni mshororo wa mwisho unaorudiwa. Huo ndio mkarara. Kuna neno jingine ambalo ni mizani. Mizani. Mizani ni idadi ya silabi katika mshororo. 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 Nataka nikupe mfano tu wa mshororo, kisha tujaribu kuhesabu baadhi ya mizani katika mshororo wenyewe. Mfano, mshororo mmoja ni chukua kigoda jamaa. Chukua kigoda jamaa. Ukalie kilimani. Kilimani, samahani. Ukalie kilimani. Wacha tuangalie mishororo hiyo miwili tu. Nimesema vipi kwamba mizani ni idadi ya silabi katika mshororo. Silabi tunajua kwamba ni pigo moja katika utamkaji. Hivyo basi katika chukua kigoda jamaa, ukalie kilimani. Tuangalie baadhi ya mapigo. Kuna pigo la kwanza chu, pigo la pili ku, pigo la tatu a. Kwenye hilo neno jingine ki, kisha kuna go, da, ja, ma, a. Tuhesabu sasa hizo silabi. Tuna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hivyo basi idadi ya mizani hapo ni 9. Tuangalie katika mshororo unaofuata. Ukalie kilimani. Twende tena. U, ka, li, e, ki, li, ma, ni. Hizo ni silabi. Tuzihesabu tena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mizani ngapi? 8. Mizani 8. Hivyo basi nafikiri umepata kuelewa maana ya mizani. Mizani ni idadi ya silabi. Tuangalie neno jingine hapa ambalo ni vina. Vina. Vina ni nini? Vina ni silabi ya mwisho. Silabi ya mwisho katika kipande. Silabi ya mwisho katika kipande. Silabi ya mwisho katika kipande. Nafikiri wakati ambapo tulikuwa tunaangalia vipande, tulisema kuna kipande cha kwanza ukwapi, cha pili utao, cha tatu mwandamizi, cha 4 ukingo. Hivyo nataka tuweze kuangalia hapa. Nitaweza kuuchora mchoro fulani pale kwa ajili yako wewe kuelewa vina ni nini. Hivyo basi mwanafunzi, naomba uweze kufuata zaidi kwa mazingatio na makini zaidi. Nimeweza kueleza hapa kwamba vina ni silabi ya mwisho katika kipande. Kipande cha kwanza ambacho tuliita ukwapi kinaweza kuwa na kina, tuseme hapa mwishoni ni pa. Hicho ni kina. Kipande cha pili kiwe na kina kingine ambacho ni le. Ya? Tuseme umesema maneno yako unaishia kwa silabi pa. Katika kipande cha pili unasema maneno yako unamalizia kwa silabi le. Hicho ni kina. Hivyo hivyo katika mshororo wa pili pa, mshororo wa tatu le. Mshororo wa tatu kuna pa na kipande cha pili le. Namna hiyo. Hapa inaweza ikabadilika kidogo inakuwa le, hapa ma. Namna hiyo. Hivyo basi ukija kuangalia hii silabi ya mwisho katika ukwapi ni kina, ni hivi vyote tunapata ni vina. Na upande ule mwingine tunapata kuna vina vya upande wa pili, kipande cha pili ambacho ni utao. Aya, utapata kwamba hivi vina huweza kuainishwa kama vina vya ndani ama vina vya nje kulingana na mahali ambapo kina chenyewe kilipo. Aya, hivi ambavyo unapata ni vina vya ukwapi ndivyo ambavyo unapata kwamba vinaitwa vina vya ndani. Wengine hutumia neno kati. Vina vya kati. Hivyo vinakuwa ni vina vya ukwapi. Vina vya ukwapi ama vina vya ukwapi ndivyo ambavyo vinaitwa vina vya ndani au vina vya kati. Tunapata kuna vina vingine ambavyo ni vya utao, navyo vinaitwa vina vya nje. Vinaitwa vina vya nje ama vina vya mwisho. Tuna vina vya nje au mwisho. Hivi ndivyo tunaita vina vya utao. Istilahi nyingine ambayo ningependa kuzungumzia ni neno malenga. Malenga. Tulisema kwamba mashairi ni tungo za kisanaa, ni utungo wa kisanaa. Hivyo basi kuna mtu ambaye amefanya ile kazi ya kutunga. Huyo ambaye anatunga hiyo kazi ya kisanaa ni msanii anayeitwa malenga. Hivyo basi huyo ni mtunzi wa mashairi. Mtunzi wa mashairi. Kuna mwingine ambaye tunaweza kumuita manju. Muite manju. Manju ni mtunzi pia, lakini huyu hufanya mengine zaidi ambayo ni kuimba mashairi yenyewe. Huyu ni anayetunga na kuimba mashairi. Ndiyo, kuimba. Kuna baadhi ya mashairi utapata pia yanaimbwa kwa ajili ya kutumbuiza, kupitisha ujumbe kutoka kwa msanii hadi kwa hadhira. Lakini utapata kuna baadhi ya vitabu ama tuseme mitihani ambayo hutumia neno jingine. Unasikia shaha. Neno shaha pia. Shaha ni mtu ambaye ni mweledi katika kutunga na kuimba. Kipawa chake huwa kiko juu zaidi kuliko hawa manju na malenga. Huyu ni kama manju na malenga, lakini kipawa chake kiko juu zaidi. Anayetunga na kuimba mashairi aliye mahiri zaidi. Aliye mahiri zaidi kuliko manju na malenga. Nafikiri mpaka hapo mwanafunzi umeweza kuelewa baadhi ya istilahi ambazo zinatumika katika ushairi, ukaelewa maana ya ushairi. Hivyo basi nikihitimisha, nataka nikupe kazi mradi ambayo unafaa kushughulikia kabla ya kipindi kijacho, ambapo tutakuwa tunashughulikia mambo kuhusiana na kategoria mbalimbali za mashairi, kisha tuangalie baadhi ya bahari za mashairi. Basi kazi mradi yako itakuwa ndio hii. Kulingana na kile ambacho tumeshughulikia kwa leo, nataka unitajie kazi mradi swali lako la kwanza ni taja na ueleze istilahi 7 zinazotumika katika uwanja wa mashairi. Jambo la pili, Jambo la pili ni andika shairi la ubeti moja kuhusu darasa lako. Kumbuka kwamba katika somo letu la leo nataka tu kutoa kama vile muhtasari. Tukashughulikia maana ya shairi ambapo tulisema kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Unatumia lugha ambayo ni teule, lugha iliyoteuliwa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba una mpangilio maalum wa maneno kwa ajili ya kuwasilisha ujumbe. Nafikiri mpaka hapo. Hivyo basi baada ya hapo tukaangalia mambo kuhusiana na baadhi ya istilahi ambapo tuliangalia mambo ya mshororo ni nini, beti tukaangalia aina mbalimbali za mishororo katika mashairi, tukaangalia vipande katika mishororo, vina, mizani, na malenga, manju na shaha, ambapo basi nafikiri ni rahisi sana kwako wewe kufanya ile kazi ambayo nimekupa wewe. Na ni rahisi sana hata kutunga shairi lako ukizingatia yale mambo ambayo nimeweza kushughulikia kwa leo. Upange kazi yako vizuri katika beti. Upange mishororo 2-3 kuhusiana na darasa lako, uipange katika ubeti, hakikisha kwamba kazi yako iko na mizani ambayo ni sawa katika kila mshororo, na basi utakuwa ushamaliza kutunga shairi lako mwanafunzi. Asante sana, siku njema. Hadi kipindi kingine tutakapokuwa tunashughulikia kategoria za mashairi na bahari za mashairi. Asante, shukran.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Greetings students, welcome to today's lesson. As a recap of what we did the last time, we talked about participle phrases. And in particular, we introduced that a participle phrase is a group, which is a group of words that functions as a participle. We went ahead to describe what a participle is, and we said that a participle is a verbal word that describes a noun. Okay, or maybe just say a verbal word that gives us more information about a noun, probably what the adjective does, but here it's a verbal word. For example, we say that expected gives us more information about visitors. Okay, so that in a sentence you can have the expected visitors have arrived. So expected there is not used as a verb, rather it is used as a participle where it gives us more information about the noun visitors. So we went ahead to say that now, having said that participle phrases are a group of words that function as a participle, we say that they are also they are introduced by present participles or past participles. The phrase that is, so that we say that this participle phrase is normally introduced by a present participle or a past participle. For example, leaving the baby on the bed. Juma removed the pan from the fire. So this is an example of a present participle phrase. So that we have leaving the baby on the bed as a present participle phrase. We also went ahead to say that the action, that the present participle phrase is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase happens immediately before the action in the main phrase, so that both happen almost simultaneously. This action comes immediately after this other action. This action in the main sentence comes immediately before the action in the participle phrase. So the participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. For example, leaving the baby on the bed, comma, Juma removed the pan from the fire. For grammatical purposes, it is important that you separate it from the rest of the sentence using a comma. Now, this time we're going to look at past participle phrases. So remember we said that the participle phrase is normally introduced by either a present participle or a past participle. So when you look at the past participle phrase, so in such a case we will have the phrase will start with a past participle. For example, left on the bed, comma, the baby began crying. Or, having finished dinner, comma, we all went to sleep. So in both cases, they all begin with a what? A past participle phrase. And the second sentence again, it begins with a past participle phrase. Okay? So in this sense, the past participle is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase comes before the action in the main phrase. So the participle phrase, let me just say the function per se. The past participle phrase is used to indicate that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. So the past participle phrase is used to indicate that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. Let's come back to our examples. Left on the bed, comma, the baby began crying. So this action happens before this other action begins. It takes place before the other action in the main sentence. And this other sentence, having finished dinner, comma, we all went to sleep. Again, finishing dinner happens before going to sleep. Leaving the baby on the bed happens, the baby being left on the bed happens before the baby begins what? Crying. So I'm going to back to the second sentence, having finished dinner. I'm going to explain something about that. We can use having in front of a participle to indicate that one action finished before the other begins. So I'll just note that down. So having is also used with a past participle to indicate that one action is finished before the other begins. Okay, so having finished dinner happens before the going to sleep. Okay, let me add you one more example. Having left the baby on the bed, comma, Mary went outside. So, let me read the sentence. Having left the baby on the bed, comma, Mary went outside. So, the leaving the baby on the bed happens before, this action happens before Mary going outside. So, we can use having, or we can just use it on its own to indicate that that action happens before the other begins. Remember, the past participle is used to indicate that one action happens before the other begins. The action in the participle phrase takes place before the action in the that is expressed in the main sentence. Okay. One thing we also need to know that when they both with the participle phrase, both actions need to refer to the same person. Both actions need to refer to the same person. The action of leaving the baby on the bed and going outside need to be performed by the same action, so that we can say that the two actions must refer to the same person. Okay? For example, it's Mary who leaves the baby on the bed, and it is Mary who goes outside. So why this? Why say that the two actions must refer to the same person? This is to help us avoid the idea of dangling participle phrases. This, when you ensure that the two actions refer to the same person, it also helps us to avoid ambiguity. It helps us to avoid the idea of dangling participle phrases. What are dangling participle phrases? These are just participle phrases that refer to different things. The action in the participle phrase is different from it's performed by a different person. Okay, so the two actions do not correlate. The two actions, in the sense that the action in the participle phrase is not performed by the action in the main phrase. For example, I have said the dangling participle phrase. Here, the action in the participle phrase is performed by a different person and not the same as the one in the main phrase or sentence. So the dangling participle phrase, here the action in the participle phrase is performed by a different person and not the same as the one in the main phrase. Let me give you an example. Getting poor results. My parents were really upset. Okay, getting poor results. Sorry. Getting poor results, comma, my parents were really upset. getting poor results, comma, my parents were really upset. We've said that the two actions must refer to the same person. So this one is a dangling participle phrase. Why? Because the getting poor results is not the same person as the one who was. My parents are not the ones who got the poor results. So the getting poor results is not performed by the parents. Let me write this clearly. Is not performed. This action of getting poor results is not performed by the parents. Okay? The parents are upset, but the idea here is now the student is the one who got poor results, but says my parents. So what follows here should be the person who got poor results, but instead what has followed? My parents were really upset. It should have been getting poor results. I felt ashamed of myself. Or, for example, I really upset my parents. Okay, so be careful. Okay, so that when you're combining the two sentences, when you've been given an exercise where you're combining the two sentences, the two actions must refer to the same person to avoid what? The dangling participle phrase. Remember we said that the two actions must refer to the same person. Mary, the action in the main phrase, in the participle phrase, and the action in the main sentence must refer to the same person. All right? Now, here, the idea is that this action is not performed by my parents. That's why it looks like a dangling participle phrase. I'll give you more exercises to practice on it to avoid the idea of ambiguity and the idea of maybe having a participle phrase that looks like as if it is hanging. All right? Now, having said that, we can also add that the participle phrase, now that we know that the participle phrase can be introduced by either a present participle or a past participle. We say that the example of a present participle is like leaving the baby on the bed. Juma went outside, and another one left on the bed. The baby began crying. So either case, they're just used to give us more information about the noun in the sentence. In either case, only that the other one is in the present, and the next one is in the past. When you use the past one, it will be left. When you use the present one, again is the ing format. But the idea here is to know that the participle phrase is normally used to describe what? The noun in the main sentence. Now, one other use of the participle phrase. Okay. So I want to add one more example so that the meaning is more clear. I'm trying to emphasize the fact that, you can combine two sentences by making one a participle phrase, but now the two actions are not referring to the same person. So I'm going to give you another example that will show a dangling participle phrase or a participle phrase that is not clear on who is performing the action. Now we have coming round the bend, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory. Coming round the bend, comma, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory. You see, in the sentence that we have here, coming round the bend should be performed by whatever follows the participle phrase. So we should be very we should be very careful so that when beginning the sentence with a participle phrase, the meaning must be clear. such that in this sentence, when you say coming round the bend, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory, it means that it is Mount Kenya that came round the bend, which is something that can rarely happen. You know, there's no way that Mount Kenya has now legs that it has started coming round the bend. So it's very important that we should be able to combine the sentences by making one a participle phrase, yes. But now we should be careful with what? With the meaning that we're trying to pass across. All right, so that we avoid the idea of the dangling participle phrase. The two actions must refer to the same person, and the same person must be something, you know, credible, not something that brings out the idea of maybe the sentence is not so clear or something like that. Now, having said that, we have finished on the idea of the past participle phrases and present participle phrases. Remember, we say that present participle phrases, they are used to emphasize that the action comes immediately after the action in the participle phrase. The action in the main sentence comes immediately after the action in the participle phrase. Now, in the past participle phrase, the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. Now, another difference between the two is that in the present participle phrase, the sentence begins with a present participle, and in the past participle phrase, the sentence begins with a past participle. Now, we've also said that, you know, we should be careful with dangling participle phrases, such that the two actions must refer to the same person, okay, and the meaning must be more clear. All right. And having said that, I would want to add something more before we finish. That you know, we say that language is very important, okay? Such that when you're writing your compositions, you should be able to show that you have ability, or maybe linguistic ability, to express it in various forms. And one way that teachers of English ensure that know that a student is competent is by the use of a variety of sentences. And one thing that a participle phrase can help a student is when you're writing that composition, you're avoiding the idea of simplicity. You are showing creativity. So how do you show creativity? By having a variety of sentences. So the participle phrase can be one way of ensuring that, you know, you have a variety of what? Sentences in your composition. All right? Let me give you that note that I've just talked about, such that we are looking at the participle phrase in its entirety, having distinguished it in the sense that we have present and past. Now, how can it be useful to you as a student? You know, even as you're doing the exercises, before you do the exercises, you should also know that this one is also helping me in my spoken and also in my written. When I'm speaking, someone will know that I know English because I'm using a variety of sentences, or even when writing, I'm using a variety of sentences. So the participle phrase, therefore, you can write that. Therefore, the participle phrase is useful in sentence transformation where two sentences are combined by making one a participle phrase. For example, the food, Maria washed the dishes. Okay. Let me just say, allow me to write this first sentence. Well, Maria finished the food, and then Maria washed the dishes. So we just have said that the participle phrase is useful in sentence transformation where two sentences are combined by making one a participle phrase. So we want to combine these two sentences by making one a participle phrase. The sentence reads, Maria finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So when we combine the two, we'll say, having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So Having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So that as you're writing, as you're speaking, you can always, create variety in the way you're speaking by using the what? The idea of a participle phrase. So having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So I want to give you a small assignment so that it can help you practice on the idea of the dangling participle phrase and the idea of the past and present participle phrase for exercise and maybe to master the skill well. All right? So let me give you one exercise here, 2 exercises. Okay, so improve the dangling expression to make them clear and sensible in the sentences below. Burdened under the weight of guilt, every day seemed like 1,000 years. Having finished, number 2, having finished the presentation, Cheptoo's mind went blank. Then we have turning to page 4, my eye was struck by the use of contrast. Then number 4, being made of porcelain, Jane handled the vase carefully. If you look at those sentences, there is some sense of lack of clarity. So I want you to improve them, okay, with the skill that I've just shown you. Make sure that whatever, the 2 actions must be performed by the person and it should be clear, all right, so that it doesn't create ambiguity or maybe the idea of dangling expressions. I want to add you one more exercise before we come to the end of our lesson. Using the past participle as directed, form one sentence from the pair given. So question 1, the girls talked non-stop. They reminisced from dawn to dusk. This is R. They reminisced. They reminisced from dawn to dusk. Use a present participle now to combine the 2 sentences. The kite rose beyond the treetops. It seemed to dance in the wind. Use a present participle. So combine the 2 sentences by making one a participle phrase, but it should be a present participle phrase. He was stranded in the dark alley. Question 3, the little boy slept. Use a past participle. Question 4, the house help had washed her clothes. She hung them on the wash line. Use a past participle. Number 5, the salesgirl had wrapped the gift. She handed it to the customer. Use a past participle. So in all the sentences, you will follow the instructions given in the brackets, ensuring that you combine the 2 sentences by making one a participle phrase. Now it will either depend on what has been mentioned in the brackets. If it is present, combine it by making one a present participle phrase, and maybe if it is past, combine it by making one a participle phrase. Now we have come to the end of the lesson. Next time we're going to look at something else.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Karibu sana mwanafunzi. Tuko pale pale katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Hapo awali tulikuwa tumeshashughulikia ushairi, tukaangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika mashairi. Lakini leo hii nataka tuweze kushughulikia mambo mawili. Hivyo basi lengo letu la leo ni kwamba kufikia mwishoni wa hiki kipindi uweze kuelewa kategoria mbili za mashairi na sifa zake. Jambo la pili ni kuelewa na uweze kueleza bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Lakini hata kabla ya sisi kuelekea huko kwa bahari na kategoria, wacha tu kidogo tuweze kuangazia kidogo kuhusiana na yale ambayo tulikuwa tumezungumza hapo awali kuhusiana na ushairi, maana yake na baadhi ya istilahi. Iwapo unakumbuka, basi tukasema kwamba bado tuko katika mada kuu ambayo ni ushairi. Na nikaeleza kwamba katika kile kipindi kingine tulikuwa tushapata maana ya shairi, ambapo tulisema ni utungo wa kisanaa wacha nitumie, ni utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule. Lugha teule, naomba kufuta tafadhali. Unaotumia lugha teule mpangilio maalum wa maneno, unaotumika katika kuwasilisha ujumbe. Wanafunzi, kumbuka kwamba hivi ndivyo vitahiniwa. Unapoeleza dhana hii ya shairi, unapoeleza maana yake, kumbuka kutaja kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba unaotumia lugha teule. Sio lugha tu hivi hivi, lugha yote, la hasha. Ni lugha iliyoteuliwa kwa weledi mkubwa sana, tena zaidi, na mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Maneno yanapangwa kiasi kwamba yanaweza kuwasilisha ujumbe wa msanii. Na basi kazi yenyewe ya huu utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno ni kuwasilisha ujumbe. Haya, hapo basi katika hicho kipindi bado tukaangazia baadhi ya istilahi. Istilahi, hili neno istilahi kwa kimombo naweza nikakwambia kwamba ni kama vile terminologies. Terminologies ama terms, yani ule msamiati ambao unatumika katika uwanja wa mashairi. Moja kati ya hizi istilahi ambazo tuliweza kuziangazia ni mishororo. Baada ya mishororo tukasema kwamba mishororo ni ile mistari katika ubeti, ni mistari katika mashairi. Umeangalia shairi tu ukaona kwamba limeundwa kwa mistari. Kuna mstari wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne. Yani hiyo ndio ambayo tunaita mishororo. Hii mishororo ikiwa miwili, mitatu, minne, mitano inaweza ikaunda beti. Ukiwa mmoja utaitwa ubeti, zikiwa nyingi zitaitwa beti. Aya, tukaangalia tukaona kwamba mishororo hii pia inaweza ikawa na vipande. Kimoja tutakiita kipande, vikiwa vingi viitwe vipande. Na tukaona kwamba hivi vipande vinaweza kuwa kimoja, viwili, vitatu ama vinne katika mshororo mmoja. Ambapo tulisema kwamba kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kiitwe utao, cha tatu kiitwe mwandamizi, cha nne ukingo. Sio hizo tu, tuliangalia istilahi nyingine nyingi zaidi, ambapo na kutuma rejelea hicho kipindi ili uweze kufahamu zaidi kuhusiana na haya. Tukaangalia vina, tukaangalia mizani, tukaangalia manju ni nani, tukaangalia pia malenga, tukamwangalia shaha. Aya, hivyo basi nafikiri umeweza kupata picha halisi ya yaliyoshughulikiwa hapo awali. Lakini kwa leo kama nilivyokueleza ni kwamba tunaweza kushughulikia tafadhali. Haya basi nafikiri mwanafunzi umepata picha halisi ya yale ambayo yalishughulikiwa katika kipindi hicho ambacho kilitangulia. Haya basi kwa leo nilikuambia lengo letu kuu leo ni kuangalia kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, na kila moja yazo tuweze kujua baadhi ya sifa zake ili uweze kupata tofauti kamili. Zaidi tutaweza kushughulikia pia bahari mbalimbali za mashairi ya Kiswahili. Haya basi wacha ni ufute huu bao tuweze kuanza upya sasa somo letu la leo. Kategoria za mashairi. Msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, hili neno kategoria nafikiri unaona kwamba limetoholewa tu. Kategoria kutokana na neno category, na unajua category, kategoria ina maana ya aina. Hivyo basi tunazungumzia tu aina za mashairi. Isije kuwa ngumu kwako kuelewa kwamba tunazungumzia aina za mashairi. Mashairi yamegawika mara mbili, kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Aina ya kwanza ni haya mashairi tunayoyaita mashairi ya jadi. Mashairi ya jadi. Pia haya mashairi utapata pia yanaitwa mashairi ya arudhi. Yana neno jingine, yanaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapokeo. Kimapokeo. Ni mashairi ya arudhi, ni mashairi ya jadi, ni mashairi ya kimapokeo. Haya mashairi ni ya jadi, ni ya arudhi, ni ya kimapokeo kwa ajili ni mashairi ambayo yanafuata, ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au arudhi za utunzi wa mashairi. Wacha tu niandike kidogo hapa hivi kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Au kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi. Mashairi yoyote ambayo utapata kwamba yametungwa kwa kuzingatia kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi wa mashairi, hizo ama hayo mashairi ndio ambayo tunaita mashairi ya jadi, mashairi ya arudhi, au ukitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Ningependa uanze kujiuliza hivi, hizi sheria ama hizi kanuni, kaida hizi za utunzi wa mashairi ni gani? Hizi sheria ni gani? Kwanza, kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kwamba shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Kuwe na kama unakumbuka katika hicho kipindi kingine tulisema kwamba Ubeti ni fungu la ama ni kifungu cha mishororo. Ati sasa shairi linafaa liwe na ubeti wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu na kuwe na usawa katika beti zenyewe. Pia shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Ubeti uwe umepangwa katika mishororo na mishororo yenyewe ijitosheleze kimizani, kivina. Unaona? Shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Yaani ubeti wa kwanza uwe na idadi fulani ya mishororo, ubeti wa pili uwe na idadi sawa ya mishororo kama ilivyokuwa katika ubeti wa kwanza, ubeti wa pili hivyo, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano, jinsi hiyo. Ni sheria, ni kanuni, ni kaida ya utunzi. Hizo ndizo zinazoitwa arudhi. Aya, mishororo pia kuzingatia sheria ya mizani. Zaidi, wacha tuangalie kanuni nyingine ni vina. Ya? Shairi lako unapolitunga, wana mapokeo walipendekeza kwamba lazima liwe na vina. Na kama unakumbuka vina tulisema ni nini? Ni zile silabi za mwisho katika ukwapi au utao au mwandamizi au ukingo. Hizo silabi za mwisho. Wana mapokeo waliamini kwamba lazima hilo shairi liwe na vina. Pia suala jingine la kibwagizo. Mwanafunzi, msikilizaji, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, hivyo basi unapotunga shairi la kimapokeo, hakikisha kwamba umefuata hizi kanuni. Upange kazi yako katika beti, katika mishororo, mizani, vina na kibwagizo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kategoria ya kwanza ya mashairi ambayo ni mashairi ya jadi au kitaka arudhi au kitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Malenga ambao wanafuata huu mkondo wa utunzi wa mashairi haya wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Wanamapokeo. Wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Yaani ni malenga. Ni wale malenga ambao hufuata mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Hufuata ule mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Kiarudhi kumaanisha kwamba wanafuata zile kaida, kanuni, sheria ambazo ni za beti, mishororo na mizani. Kategoria ya pili. Kategoria ya pili ni mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Angalia neno kwamba ni huru. Ya? Wakati huu mwingine tulisema kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria. Haya mengine unasikia ni mashairi huru. Basi bila shaka unajua kwamba ni huru kiasi kwamba huyu mtunzi, huyu malenga anayetunga haya mashairi ako huru kuwasilisha maudhui yake, ujumbe wake bila ya kubanwa na kanuni yoyote ile. Yeye si lazima beti zake zikawa na idadi sawa ya mishororo, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na vina, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na mizani ambayo inatoshana katika kila mshororo. La hasha, huyu ako huru. Na basi haya mashairi huru unaweza ukasema kwamba ni mashairi yanayotungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi. Na ndio maana unapata kwamba kuna baadhi ya wataalamu mbalimbali unapata kwamba wako na visawe vya hili neno mashairi huru. Basi utapata kwamba pia huitwa utapata linaitwa mapingiti. Utasikia naitwa pia mashairi ya kimapinduzi, Utasikia pia anaitwa zuhali, masivina na kadhalika. Hivyo ni visawe vya mashairi huru. Ningependa uweze kuelewa kwamba haya mashairi huru huwa yana sifa yake ya kipekee. Unapata kwamba ubeti mmoja unaweza kuwa na mshororo wa kwanza uko na mizani 13, mshororo wa 3 uko na mizani 6, mshororo wa 4 una mizani 17, mshororo wa 3 wa 5 una mishororo 4. Yaani kumaanishaje kwamba huyu mtunzi wa kimapinduzi hajabanwa na kanuni zozote za utunzi. Aya, mwanafunzi, ningependa tuweze kuangalia sifa za kila aina, kila kategoria. Tuangalie sifa za mashairi ya kiarudhi ama mashairi ya jadi. Sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambayo pia tulisema ni mashairi arudhi ama ukitaka pia yaite mashairi ya kimapokeo. Na utapata kwamba haya mashairi huwa yanakuwa na sifa kama zifuatazo. Sifa ya kwanza ni yana urari wa vina. Urari wa vina, yani kuna ule mtiririko fulani wa vina, kuna mkondo fulani unaofuatwa na vina. Unaona vina vinaweza vikatiririka ama vikabadilika, lakini kuna hiyo sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna ule urari ama ule mtiririko wa vina. Pia kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Unapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 16, wa pili una mizani 16, wa tatu una mizani 16, wa nne vivyo hivyo mizani 16. Huo ndio tunaita urari wa mizani. Basi kuna sifa ya mishororo. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Unapata kwamba ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo 4. Ubeti wa pili una mishororo 4. Ubeti wa tatu una mishororo 4. Yaani vivyo hivyo unapata kwamba mishororo ni sawa katika beti mbalimbali. Zaidi unasikia kwamba pana uwezekano wa kuwa na mishororo kifu. Hii ni mishororo ambayo imejisimamia kimaana. Haihitaji ujumbe kutoka kwenye mshororo unaofuata. La hasha. Mishororo kifu. Ama pia utasikia ikiitwa mishororo toshelezi. Mishororo inayojitosheleza kimaana. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, nafikiri umeweza kuangalia ukaona kwamba haya mashairi ya kimapokeo, mashairi ya arudhi, mashairi ya jadi yana sifa kama zifuatazo. Yana ule urari wa vina, urari wa mizani katika mishororo, mishororo inakuwa sawa katika beti, pia kuna mishororo kifu au ukitaka mishororo toshelezi. Naomba pia nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi kwenye sifa za mashairi ambayo ni huru. Pia tuliyaita mapingiti, iwapo unakumbuka, pia tukayapa jina kama vile Zuhali, Masivina au pia ukaita ya kimapinduzi. Sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Mashairi ya kimapinduzi, mashairi huru. Haya mashairi ambayo ni huru, kama nilivyowaeleza pale hapo awali, ni kwamba malenga wake hajabano na zile kanuni za mashairi ya arudhi. La hasha. Hivyo basi sifa ni kama zifuatazo. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana urari wa vina. Hayana urari wa vina, hayana vina kabisa. Ya? Pia utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana ule urari wa mizani. Unaweza ukapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 10, mshororo wa pili una mizani 7, mshororo wa tatu una mizani 16 ama 13. Vivyo hivyo. Yaani hakuna ule mpangilio. Ya? Aya, pia mishororo si sawa katika beti. Mishororo huwa sio sawa katika beti. Ya? So nafikiri unaweza kupata baadhi ya sifa, na kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni huwa na mishororo, huwa na mishororo mishata. Huwa na mishororo mishata. Naomba kuliandika hili neno hapa chini kidogo, mishororo mishata. Kidogo naomba kueleza hili neno mishororo mishata. Hili neno mishororo mishata, kama unakumbuka hapo tulipokuwa tukiangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, tulisema mishororo yake huwa kifu au kitaka toshelezi. Basi wacha kidogo nieleze mishororo ambayo inaitwa mishata. Mishororo mishata huwa ni mishororo ambayo haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ni kinyume cha mishororo kifu. Mishororo mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Hata hivyo, ninaposema kwamba huwa na mishororo mishata, haimaanishi kwamba shairi zima lina mishororo mishata. La hasha. Ni mmoja kati ya sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ama ukitaka mashairi huru. Kumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa tushasema mambo kuhusiana na kwamba mashairi ya jadi huwa na mishororo kifu au toshelezi. Basi katika hii sehemu nyingine ya mashairi huru kunakuwa na mishororo mishata. Wacha kidogo nieleze hii mishororo mishata ni nini. Wakati ambapo mishororo kifu inakuwa imejitosheleza kiujumbe, hii mingine mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Ya? Nafikiri unaelewa hapo. Yaani ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Basi, na hata kama nimesema kwamba haya mashairi huru ama mashairi ya kimapokeo ya kimapinduzi huwa na sifa ya mishororo mishata, haimaanishi ati shairi lote lina mishororo iliyo mishata. La hasha. Inamaanisha tu ni moja kati ya sifa. Utapata tu kuna ile ambayo imejitosheleza, kuna mingine ambayo haijajitosheleza. Ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mishororo inayofuata. Nafikiri hapo mpaka hapo umeweza kutembea nami tangu mwanzo hadi hapa sasa, ambapo tumeangalia sifa za mashairi. Mwanzoni tulianzia kwa kueleza kategoria za mashairi au ukitaka aina, ambapo tulisema aina ni mbili kuu. Aina ya kwanza ni mashairi ya jadi au ukitaka arudhi au kimapokeo. Kisha kuna aina ya pili ambayo ni mashairi huru. Pia tukasema yana visawi ambacho ni mapingiti, pia yanaitwa mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Pia utapata yanaitwa mashairi zuhali au masivina na kadhalika. Mashairi ya jadi ya kimapokeo tulisema yanafuata kanuni, kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Basi malenga wa mashairi haya huwa amefungwa, amebanwa. Lazima kazi yake ipange katika beti. Hiyo ni sheria moja yazo. Lazima kazi yake ahakikishe kwamba mishororo ipo tena imefanana. Mizani yake ni sawa na vina na kibwagizo. Amebanwa na hizo sheria. Huyu mwingine anayetunga mashairi huru hajabanwa kwa vyovyote vile. Yeye anaweza akatunga mashairi yake bora yafikishe ujumbe, maudhui yawepo, atumie ile lugha ambayo ni teule, maneno yake ayapange kwa namna fulani ambayo itamsaidia yeye kupata ule ujumbe. Basi haya mashairi yanatungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi zile zinazotumika pale. Hatukuachia hapo. Tulienda tukaangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambapo tulitaja urari wa vina, yanakuwa na ule urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Kuna mishororo ambayo huwa ni sawa katika kila ubeti. Pia mishororo yake huwa ni kifu ama toshelezi. Zaidi tukasema vipi kwamba kuna sifa nyingine za mashairi huru, mapingiti ya kimapinduzi, zuhali au na kadhalika. Tukasema vipi haya hayana urari wa vina. Si lazima kazi yako kuipanga ati lazima vina viwe vimefanana, la hasha. Pia hayana ule urari wa mizani. Zaidi mishororo huwa si sawa katika beti. Na pia kunakuwa na matumizi ya mishororo ambayo ni mishata. Hivyo basi msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, muda wetu unatupa kisogo, na kama nilivyokuwa nimeahidi kwamba nitashughulikia pia bahari za mashairi. Samahani tafadhali kwa ajili ya muda, wacha tupate hayo katika kipindi kingine hapa katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Lakini sitakuacha hivyo msikilizaji, sitakuacha hivyo tu bila kazi ya kufanya. Kazi mradi kwako ni hii. Nataka nikupe swali moja tu ambalo utalishughulikia. Swali lenyewe ni hili. Kazi mradi zieleze kategoria mbili kuu. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, kisha utolee sifa, utolee sifa kila moja. Shukran. Kazi hiyo iwe imekamilika katika kipindi kijacho. Asante, siku njema.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How do you do? It's my hope that you are faring on well. Welcome to our today's history and government lesson. It's a Form 3 topic that we are going to be tackling in our today's lesson, that is establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. That is the topic that we have been handling, and in our today's lesson we are going to be studying the company rule in Kenya. That is how, or after the partitioning of Africa, which we learned in our previous lesson of East Africa, East Africa, Britain got her territory, which he declared to be the British East African or the British East African Protectorate, which she decided to administer. And to administer that territory, companies were used. So the company of the Imperial British East African Company was used to administer the territory that had been acquired by the Britain. So this one is abbreviated as IBEACO. That is the Imperial British East African Company. So this is the company that was given the charter. The company was given the charter to administer. They were given the charter to administer the protectorate, or Kenya, on behalf, administer on behalf of British government. They were given this one should be a small letter, on behalf of the British government, because it would be so much costly for the government to administer the protectorate on directly. So the company, the Imperial British East African Company, was given the charter, or was given the power to administer or manage Kenya, or the British protectorate, on behalf of the Kenyan of the British government. So the rights were given to this company to do everything on behalf of the government. This happened in 1888. That is when the company was given the rights, or the charter, to administer the British protectorate on behalf of the British. So immediately the company got that charter, it leased out the land to the interior to Sultan, so that it leased the land from Sultan, so that they could advance, or they could invest or make profits. Remember, this is a company that has been given that territory, so they are using it for their own economic importance. So let us first discuss the aims of IBEA, or the aims of the Imperial British East African Company. What were the goals? What did they need? Why was it important for them to get this territory and to administer that territory? The first one, they were to maintain law and order. They were supposed to maintain law and order. That was their first aim, or their first goal. They were supposed to maintain law and order in the territory. So their mandate was to make sure that the territory that was declared a German sphere of influence. Remember, during the Berlin Conference, one of the terms of that conference, or the Berlin Conference, was that a company that had declared a sphere of influence had to follow that declaration with effective occupation. Effective occupation. So they had to effectively occupy. What does it mean to effectively occupy? There had to be law and order in that territory. So the first order of business of the Imperial British East African Company was to maintain law and order. And then number two, they were to counter. It was to counter the influence. Counter the influence of the French, the Germans, and Italy, who are also interested in this area. So the Imperial British East African Company was given the role or the mandate of countering the influence of the Germans, especially, who are the biggest rivals in this area to the British. So the other aim or the other goal for them was to counter the spread or the influence of those countries. Number three, they were to control and develop trade. They were to control and develop trade and trading activities. They had to make sure that there was effective trade activities in that area. The communities, or they were able to exploit the resources. They were able to get control of the trading activities in the territory. That was the next aim. The fourth one, that is number 4, they were to collect. They were supposed to levy, not just collect. They were supposed to levy. Allow me to wrap that. They were supposed to levy and collect taxes on the territory. That was the next work of the Imperial British East African Company, or the next aim or goal of the company. They were supposed to levy, that is, to apportion the taxes that are required, and then number 2, to collect those taxes for the benefit or for the influence of the company. And then lastly, they were supposed to advocate for the end of slave trade. They were supposed to abolish slave trade in that territory. They were supposed to make sure that the slave trade that had started happening, that was led by the Sultan at the coast, has now been avoided, or had now been brought to an end. So those were the aims of this company as it occupied the territory of Kenya. Remember, Britain is occupying this land. They have made an agreement as nations, but as a government, they are not able to come and occupy that land physically. So they use this company to control the territory. So those were the aims. Now, as they were making these, as they were controlling and exercising their authority over this territory, they had several achievements. Now, that is the next thing we are going to look at, the achievements. The achievements of Imperial British East African Company. The achievements of Imperial British East African Company. So the first one is that they were able to suppress. They were able to suppress the revolts by traditional communities. They were able to suppress the revolts by traditional communities. So as they took control or took authority in those territories, most African communities did not accept, so they had to stand up against them, but they managed to quench or bring an end to those rebellions. Number two, they laid a foundation. The company laid a foundation. They laid a foundation for the coming of the colonial administration. So they laid structures that later could come and be used by the British government during the direct control. And then number three, they freed many slaves. Freed slaves. They freed slaves. So as we mentioned, they had to advocate for the end of slave trade. That was an aim, or that was a need that they had to be able to accomplish. So they freed a lot of slaves who were enslaved, especially at the coast. And these brought most of the people back to their homes. Apart from that, they started construction of roads. Construction of roads along the trade routes. The trade routes where the trading activities were happening. These they expanded by creating roads or constructing roads. They financed the construction of roads. So these enabled or made way for the government later on, the colonial administrators, to come and use the same roads or advance the same roads as during the time of occupation. And then lastly, they started early industries. They started early industries. As remember, they had to undertake trading activities. So in their trade, they had to start industries. For example, the weaving, the textile industry was initiated by this company. So to make sure that the cotton that was being grown was now being put into place. So the earliest industries were set up by the Imperial British East African Company. So those are some of the achievements that were able to be acquired by the company that was acting on behalf of the British government. So even with those achievements, the Imperial British East African Company made a lot of significant influence because they effectively occupied this land, this territory of Kenya. It was effectively occupied and led by the Imperial British East African Company. So they made several forts or centers of administration. That is another, you could also mention another influence or another impact made by the British East African Company. So they made forts. They made forts, which were also referred to as bombers, at different areas where they could store trade commodities, where they could live. So these forts included, they had made one at Kismayu. They also made another one at Malindi. another one was made at Vanga, another one was made at Witu, another one was made at Machakos, another one was made at Fort Smith, and lastly, there was a fort in Mumias. So these are administrative centers that were created by the Imperial British East African Company. So these ensured that they could easily control, or they could easily manage the territory. Yes, despite of them making those achievements, they also encountered some problems. So they had problems. So the problems faced by Imperial British East African Company. What are these problems that they faced in establishing their control? The first one is that they did not have enough manpower. They did not have manpower. They did not have enough manpower. They did not have enough leaders to effectively control or to carry out their activities or their objectives. So that was a very significant problem or challenge that they had faced. And then most Africans were resistance. Most of the African communities resisted the advancement or the work of the Imperial British East Africa. So there were frequent revolts, and for them to quench, or for the British or for the company to quench this resistance, they required a lot of resources. They had to invest a lot of money to quench those rebellions. That was very costly on the land. And also the land was too big. The land was too vast. So you can imagine from the coast towards the interior, the Imperial British East Africa was responsible for both Kenya and Uganda, right? And part of Somalia. So that was a very huge chunk of land to be managed by one company. So that was another challenge. And then there was poor transport system. Poor transport. There were no elaborate road system. They did not have established roads where they could move on every now and then. And then also they did not have navigable rivers. They did not have navigable. There were no navigable rivers that could ease the movement of, or the carrying of trade items. So that required them carrying or employing a lot of laborers to transport their commodities. And then there was low trading activities. There were low trading activities between the people of the coast and the people of the interior. So the trade volume was very low. So that meant that they did not make as higher profits as they had anticipated. That was a problem or a challenge on their side. And then lastly, the last problem that they faced was that it was so expensive. It was very expensive. It was very expensive to maintain the territory. It was very expensive to maintain the territory, and all the administrative centers they had created. They needed a lot of leaders, they needed a lot of administrators in these territory who were supposed to be paid. So that became very expensive on the side or on the part of the company. So these brought or encouraged the British government to finally come and establish their own control. The company could no longer be able to effectively manage or handle the territory, which forced the British government to send down its own leaders or leaders to come and take control of the territory. So that is the company rule in Kenya. They have we have mentioned that in the British East African Protectorate, it was led by the Imperial British East African Company, and we have looked at the aims of that company, what achievements they made, and then lastly we have looked at the problems that they had faced. So as we end our lesson today, allow me to give you rub here and give you an assignment. Give you an assignment. Revision question. Revision questions. Number 1, name the company that administered the British Number 2, what were the aims of IBEACO? And then lastly, explain the challenges faced by Imperial British East African Company. So the first question is, name the company that administered the British East African Protectorate. And then number 2, what were the aims of the Imperial British East African Company? And lastly, explain the challenges faced by Imperial British East African Company. Those are the questions I want you to attempt and answer them. So write them down and also write your answers effectively, and then check whether you have been able to grasp what we have learned today. And that brings us to the end of our history and government lesson for today. Bye bye until the next time.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, learners. My name is Stephen Kariongi, and today we are going to discuss a topic in chemistry form 2, and this topic is structure and bonding. And before we start, it is important to ask ourselves, what are the examiner's requirements as far as this topic is concerned? And basically, what we are asking ourselves is what are the objectives of this particular chapter. So we'll start by going through the objectives of the topic, structure and bonding. And the first thing that we would want to ask ourselves is that we need to understand the importance of valence electrons in bonding. Valence electrons are the outermost electrons. And the outermost electrons, also known as the valence electrons, they are very, very important during bonding because they are the ones that are involved in the process. So in this case, we'll be able to explain the importance of valence electrons in bonding. After that, I will be able to explain the three types of bonds, explain ionic, covalent, and metallic bonding. So those are the three types, or the three main types of bonds that we have. Then we'll be able to use diagrammatic illustration, to show ionic, covalent, we have dative, hydrogen, and metallic bonding. So you should be able to use a diagrammatic illustration to illustrate, for instance, ionic bonding, hydrogen bonding, metallic bonding, and the others. Also, it will be important to be able to predict the type of bonding given the physical properties. So to be able to predict the type of bonding when you are given the physical properties. So predict the type of bonding given the physical properties of a compound. Also, as another objective, we should be able to explain the bond type across period 3. So we'll be able to explain the bond type across period 3. The various elements we have in period 3, how do they bond, or how are their bonding types? Then we shall also be able to select materials for use based on bonding and structure. So you should be able to select which materials to use for what purpose based on the type of bonding that is present. And lastly, number 7, we should be able to predict the physical properties of a compound given type of bond. So those are the objectives of this particular chapter that every learner is expected to understand as a guide to know whether you are well versed or you are conversant with this particular topic. So the first objective we said is to be able to explain the importance of valence electrons in bonding, and we have said that valence electrons are the outermost electrons. Number two, to be able to explain the ionic, covalent, and metallic bonding, how the different types of bonds are formed. Number three, to be able to use diagrammatic illustration to show ionic, covalent. There are other bonds such as dative bond, hydrogen bonding, and metallic bonding. And number four, to predict the type of bonding given the physical properties of a compound. Number five, we shall be able to explain the bond type across period 3. How do the bonds change as you go across period 3? And number 6, we should be able also to seek to understand how we select materials for use based on bonding and structure. So for example, why is it that aircraft bodies are usually made of aluminum? So what are the properties that are in that aluminum that make it suitable for use in the making of aircraft bodies? So that is as far as that objective is concerned. And then lastly, to be able to predict the physical properties of a compound given the bonding type. If we know, for example, a particular compound has covalent bonding, what kind of physical properties do we expect to have in that kind of compound? So that is as far as the objectives are concerned. So we are going to get into the introduction to structure and bonding. And the first thing that we shall start by explaining, is that a bond is a force of attraction. A bond is a force of attraction that exists between atoms. The force of attraction that exists between atoms that bring the atoms together. They can be 2 atoms or they can be more than 2 atoms. So when those atoms come together, we can say that they have a bond between them. So basically we can explain something here. That when there is a force of attraction between 2 or more atoms, we say that there is a chemical bond. There is a chemical bond between them. Now, the other thing is that when those atoms are bonded together repeatedly, they form a certain pattern that repeats itself. And that pattern that repeats itself is what we refer to as the structure. So you can say that when atoms are bonded together repeatedly to form a regular pattern, we call that a structure. We call that a structure. So basically, the introduction is to understand what is a bond and then what is a structure. So a bond is a force of attraction that brings together two or more atoms. We'll find out why the atoms have to come together. Then when atoms are bonded together repeatedly in a regular pattern, we refer to that as a structure. Now, we have also said that bonding involves the use of outermost electrons. Involves the use of outermost electrons, also called valence electrons. So the outermost electrons are also called valence electrons, and they are the ones that are involved in bonding. Now, so we have some points to consider during bonding. Some points to consider during bonding. One thing is that noble gases have a stable electron arrangement. Noble gases have a stable electron arrangement, i.e., for example, helium has a duplet, while neon and argon have a stable octet. A duplet is whereby, for example, we have helium. It has 2 electrons and it is stable. So this is what we call a duplet. In the case of neon and argon, so neon has 2, 8. So the outermost electrons are 8. Argon also, the outermost electrons are 8, 8. So they are also stable. And this is what we now call an octet. So both a duplet and an octet are stable electron arrangement. So noble gases have a stable electron arrangement, and therefore we can say that noble gases do not form bonds, or they do not they do not form bonds. Another point to note, besides the fact that noble gases are stable and therefore they do not form bonds because they either have a stable duplet or a stable octet, is that other atoms bond by gaining, others losing, or sharing the valence electrons. So we are saying that other atoms that are not stable or that are not noble gases that bond or that need to bond, they either do so either by gaining electrons, losing electrons, or sharing the valence electrons. And another point to note is that unlike charges, attract, while like charges repel. And this explains why positive charges will be attracted by negative charges. Positive charges will be attracted by negative charges. So that shows that unlike charges attract, while like charges repel. So at this point, we can have an assignment. So the first question, what is A, chemical bond, as we have explained, B, a structure, number 2, explain why noble gases do not form bonds or do not form chemical bonds, and lastly, number 3, what are valence electrons. So we are going to continue from there during the next lesson. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome back to our lesson. Remember, the program is still Manifested Online platform, and our lesson today will be on separation of solid mixtures. But before we get into this lesson, I want to remind you on what we did in our previous lesson. In our previous lesson, we were discussing the types of mixtures, where we said there are 6 types of mixtures, and these were solid mixtures, solid liquid mixtures, solid gas mixtures, liquid mixtures, liquid gas mixtures, and gas mixtures. And again, we said that solid liquid mixtures are further classified, or they are further categorized into insoluble solid liquid mixtures and soluble solid liquid mixtures. And also the liquid mixtures, we said, they are also categorized into 2. We have the immiscible liquid mixtures, and we have miscible liquid mixtures. And again, we gave examples of all these mixtures, and the assignment was you should give examples of the various types of mixtures I told you, like solid gas, solid, liquid, gas. I hope you've done that assignment. Therefore, in this lesson, we are going to narrow down to one of the types of mixtures, and that is solid mixture. Solid mixtures. We want to see how you can be able to separate and which methods we can use to separate a mixture of a solid and another solid. I know in the primary science, this separation, we learned about separation and types of mixtures and separation. And an example is when you are talking about maize and beans and some other things like iron filings and sand, such things. I know you did those mixtures. And you said that these two mixtures, they are physically combined together, means that you can be able to separate them. And you separate them using their physical characteristics. For example, if you have maize and beans, I told you, you cannot use a magnet to separate the two because they don't have that characteristic which will help you separate the maize and beans using a characteristic, using that magnet, because use of a magnet requires substances which are magnetic. And then you also learned that separation depends on the sizes of particles. That the method to use to separate a given substance or a given mixture depends on the individual sizes. For example, sieving, that you have a liquid and a solid, a liquid and a solid, or you can have two solids. If you are having two solids like millet and beans, or millet and maize, if you have millet and maize, you separate using a sieve, because millet, their sizes are small and they can be able to pass through the sieve, and then the maize will be left on top. Therefore, the choice of the method to use depends on the size of the particles and the individual components, or the characteristics of the individual components forming that mixture. I hope you get that and you remember that, whatever you learned in the primary school. In this separation of solid mixtures, I want us now to discuss how you can be able to separate some mixtures. And I want to start with a mixture of iron filings and sand. Do a simple experiment, well, a demonstration. And this experiment, the aim is how can you separate iron filings from sand? Or how can you be able to separate a mixture of iron filings and sand? Iron filings and sand. You know, if you get the iron filings, the color is gray. So it's a gray solid. Iron filings have a gray, or their color is gray. Then you have sulfur. The color of sulfur is yellow. Therefore, sulfur is a yellow solid, or you can say it is a yellow powder. Therefore, if you get iron filings and sulfur, you put them together and you mix them, then you will have a mixture which will be gray-yellow. Therefore, iron filings and sulfur, this mixture will be gray-yellow. It will be a gray-yellow mixture. Then if you put this gray-yellow mixture on a piece of paper and spread, if you put a mixture of iron filings and sulfur on a piece of paper and spread it, then spread it and then hold a magnet over the mixture, then the magnet will be able to attract the gray solid only, and you will be left with the yellow solid. Therefore, you can say that you put the mixture of iron filings and sulfur together. On a piece of paper. And spread the mixture. Next, you say that hold a magnet over the mixture. Hold a magnet over the mixture. So you hold a magnet over the mixture. If this is my piece of paper, so what I mean is I put my mixture on top here, then I will be holding a magnet over that mixture. Therefore, what we expect will happen is the magnet will attract iron filings and sulfur will be left. So the results, is the magnet attracts iron filing and a yellow solid is left. Remember, this yellow solid is sulfur. So the magnet attracts iron filings and a yellow solid is left on the piece of paper. This is because iron filings are magnetic and sulfur is non-magnetic. Iron filings are magnetic and sulfur is non-magnetic. So this is because therefore iron filings are magnetic while sulfur is non-magnetic. What we mean by saying this magnetic is simply the ability to attract, that iron filings can be attracted by the magnet, while sulfur cannot be attracted by the magnet. Iron filings can be attracted by the magnet, while sulfur cannot be attracted by the magnet. Therefore, that is how you can, or that is the method you can use to separate the mixture of iron filings from sulfur. Sorry, I did a mistake at the beginning. It was supposed to be sulfur, not sand. Sulfur. Therefore, the method we have used to separate is use of a magnet. The method we are using to separate a mixture of iron filings and sulfur is use of magnet. And this is possible because iron filings are magnetic while sulfur is non-magnetic. Iron filings can be attracted by the magnet, while sulfur cannot be attracted by the magnet. The application of this method or this use of magnet it can be applied in glass making and flour mills. To remove particles of iron. It can be applied in glass making. In the making of glass, what we know in glass making is that glass is non-magnetic. Glass cannot be attracted by the magnet. And therefore, if there are impurities of iron inside that glass or in the glass recycling, it should be glass recycling. And the glass recycling process you are taking some pieces of glass and then recycling them to make a better glass or some other form of glass. There's some iron. If there are some iron particles inside, then the magnet will be able to attract all the iron particles from that glass, and therefore this glass will be free of iron particles. Then in flour mills again, these are industries or just companies dealing with production of flour. Then there is magnet to be able now to remove the iron particles from the flour, because those are just impurities which are not necessary or they are not needed in the flour. And therefore, those are some of the two areas you can use of a magnet method to separate the two components, that is glass from iron particles and flour and iron particles. Therefore, I hope you understand that very well. And then maybe briefly to remind you of what we have said in this lesson. In this lesson, we are looking at separation of solid-solid mixtures. And the solid-solid mixtures we are discussing is iron filings and sulfur. How can you be able to separate iron filings and sulfur? I've started by telling you that iron filings is a gray solid, just like my coat. Iron filings is a gray solid, and sulfur is a yellow solid. Therefore, if you get one spatula full of iron filings and another spatula full of sulfur, you put them together. Therefore, the mixture you'll have is a gray solid or a gray yellow mixture. The mixture will be gray yellow. If you get that mixture, this mixture is now gray yellow. You get that mixture and then put it on a piece of paper. You can put it on a filter paper and then spread it over that piece of paper. And then you get a magnet, you move it over the mixture, that is mixture of iron filings and sulfur. Then you realize that the magnet is attracting iron filings, leaving behind sulfur. Therefore, a yellow solid is going to be left on the piece of paper while the magnet attracts the gray solid. And that way, you'll have separated the mixture, iron filings and sulfur. And what has helped you to separate them, it is because iron filings are magnetic while sulfur is not. That I've told you that this magnetic thing, it is the ability to attract. That the magnet is able to attract iron filings and not sulfur, and that is how you have been able to separate the two. And therefore, I've told you again that this method of separation is called use of a magnet, and it can be applied in glass recycling and in flour mills to remove particles of iron, which may be contaminants in those substances. Therefore, that brings us to the end of this lesson. But before that, I will leave you with this assignment. And the assignment is state the method of separation which can be used to separate a mixture of iron filings and sulfur. State the method of separation we can use to separate a mixture of iron filings and sulfur. I hope that's a simple one you can be able to answer very well. So ensure that you've answered that before we meet in the next lesson. And the next lesson we'll be discussing still separation of solid-solid mixture, but another example of a solid-solid mixture. Meet you then.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to this biology lesson. My name is Stephen Kariungi. Today we are discussing the topic cell physiology, and this is a continuation from what we did during the last lesson. So last lesson we introduced the topic and we also discussed the structure and properties of cell membrane. Today we shall continue looking at the physiological processes that are used during the study of cell physiology. So these physiological processes are the processes that allow, these are the processes that allow movement of substances across the cell membrane. So they are the processes that allow the movement of substances across the cell membrane. Now, which are these processes? They include, one, we have diffusion, we have osmosis, and we have active transport. So those are the three physiological processes that are responsible for the movement of substances across the cell membrane. So we will start with the first process, and this is diffusion. Now, we want to ask ourselves, what does the word diffusion mean? Now, diffusion is the movement of particles from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration. So we are talking about the movement of particles from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration until an equilibrium is established, until the two regions are balanced, until they have the same concentration. So in this case, we can say that this is the movement of particles from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration until an equilibrium. An equilibrium is a balance. Until an equilibrium is achieved. So for example, if I have a gas here that has a very strong smell and then I release it, it will spread throughout the room. So the spreading out of those gas particles is by diffusion. So we will say that those particles have diffused until such a time that the entire room gets those particles. And you can be able now to get the smell of that particular gas. Now, I want us to look at what are some of the experiments that one can carry out to demonstrate diffusion. One of the experiments that we can use to demonstrate diffusion, we can have a beaker and then inside that beaker, using a straw, we introduce a crystal. We introduce a crystal and then we put some water into the beaker. So we have water, we have a beaker, and then we have a crystal. Let's take, for example, a crystal of potassium manganate 7. So this is a straw. This is the beaker. We put some water, and then we have a crystal of potassium manganate 7. So that is what we have at the beginning. So once we have introduced the crystal, we remove the straw so that the crystal is left at the bottom of the beaker that contains water. And then we leave it for a few hours, let's say like 4 hours. Now after 4 hours, this is what we shall observe. So we shall observe that the entire solution becomes purple. So we have a purple solution. So this is B at the end. At the end of 4 hours, we have the beaker and the rest. So we are saying what has happened is the crystal of potassium manganate 7 has diffused within the water, slowly by slowly, until the entire water is covered by potassium manganate 7. So the entire solution will turn purple. So you can say entire solution becomes purple. Okay, this is a purple solution in entire. So the next thing that we are going to look at, what are the observations? How can we state those observations? So we are saying that after 4 hours, the entire solution becomes purple. So at the beginning, the water was colorless. Then we introduced the crystal, or just one crystal of potassium manganate 7. Then we remove the straw, we allow the crystal now to diffuse within the water until at the end we find that the entire solution is now purple. Now, what is the reason for that? So now we look at the conclusion. So how to explain that? We shall say that the crystal of potassium manganate 7 diffused through water until the entire solution turns purple. So what we can say is that diffusion has actually taken place. So in this case, we are saying that the region of high concentration is the potassium manganate 7 crystal. Then it spreads out to the entire solution. So that is diffusion. So there are so many experiments that you can use. And like I said earlier, someone can come with a gas that has a very strong smell and open it in the room. And everyone who is in that room gets the smell of that particular gas. That is because there is actually diffusion that has taken place. So we started by mentioning the 3 physiological processes: diffusion, osmosis, and active transport. Then we went on to define diffusion as the movement of particles from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration until an equilibrium is achieved. An equilibrium, I said, is a balance, until a balance is achieved, like we can see here. Then we have seen an experiment that we can carry out to demonstrate diffusion. We introduce a crystal of potassium manganate 7 using a straw, then we leave it there. After 4 hours, we come and observe, and you will find that the entire solution will have turned purple to show that there is actually diffusion. So the observations are as follows, and then also the conclusion. So we'll stop there and then have the assignment for the day. So the assignment is as indicated there. The first question, define the term diffusion. The second question, describe an experiment to investigate diffusion. And number 3, state the observations in the experiment 2 above. In experiment number 2, what are the observations that you'll make in that particular experiment? So we'll stop there for today, and goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How are you, learners? I'm happy to have you once again at the Manifested e-learning platform. The subject is business studies, and we are continuing with the topic production. In our today's lesson, we are going to study utility. By the end of our today's lesson, you should be in a position to define utility and also identify the types of utility. So, learners, welcome to our today's lesson. The lesson is about utility. We will start by defining this term, utility. What is utility? Utility is the ability of a good or a service to satisfy human wants. Utility is the ability of a good or a service to satisfy human wants. Remember, we said that human beings have unlimited wants, and these wants are satisfied by provision of goods and services. These ones may be in form of goods or services. So the ability of a good or a service to satisfy human wants is what we are referring to as utility. If a product or a good or a service satisfies a want, then we say that product has utility. That product is useful. It means the usefulness of a product or a good or a service. So that's the meaning of utility. Once more, learners, I define utility as the ability of a good or a service to satisfy human wants. We will then now put down the types of utility. Types of utility. What are the types of utility? Types of utility. Now, learners, production creates utility, and it creates different types of utility. Production creates utility. So we are going to list down the types of utility. The first type of utility is the utility we are referring to as form utility. Form utility. Form utility. What is this form utility? Now, form utility refers to the usefulness of a good owing to it being in the appropriate physical state that is required by the consumer. For example, if I need a pair of shoes, you don't give me the skin, because shoes are made out of skin. If you want to satisfy my need of wearing shoes, then you need to convert the skin into a pair of shoes. So that form of having the skin in form of a shoe is what we are referring to as form utility. It is the usefulness of a good or a service. Okay? Usefulness of a good or a service owing to it being in the appropriate physical state that is required by the consumer. If it's food, I need, say, ugali. We know ugali is made out of maize flour and water. So if someone needs ugali, then you don't provide water and flour separately. No, it has to be in the right form. There's a process that is required to convert the ugali, the flour and the water into ugali. So ugali is the appropriate physical state that is required by a consumer. And learners, it is created by changing. Okay? Form utility is created by changing a good into a form that is desired by a customer. All right? A physical state required by a customer. For example, I've given an example of ugali and all that. So generally, general example could be just, say, converting raw materials into finished goods. Converting raw materials into finished goods. That means converting raw materials into a state that may be desired by customers. That is form utility. Form utility. I've said form utility is the usefulness of a good. Form utility, this is the usefulness of a good owing, this is the usefulness of a good owing to it being, owing to it being in the appropriate physical state desired by a consumer. Desired by a consumer. Then the second type of utility is what we refer to as time utility. B, time utility. Time utility. What's the meaning of time utility? This is the usefulness of a good or a service owing to it being made available when needed by the consumer. This is the usefulness of a good. This is the usefulness of a good owing to it being required when it is needed. Owing to it being required or provided when it is needed. Time utility is the usefulness of a good owing to it being made available, let me say, being made available when it is needed. For example, if you are a Form 1 student, you need these video lectures when you are studying the Form 1 syllabus, not Standard 4. If you are to make this video available to you when you are in class 4, then the good is not provided at the right time. It does not have time utility. You require Form 1 videos when you are studying the Form 1 syllabus. So time utility refers to the usefulness of a good owing to it being made available when it is needed. There are times when consumers have demand for a product. Okay? It's like buying me this suit when I'm 2 years old. That's not the right time to buy me a suit. All right? I don't need it at that time. You're supposed to make it available when I am old enough to put on a suit. So that's the meaning of time utility. Then the third type is known as C, possession utility. Possession utility. Possession utility. What is possession utility? Now, possession utility is the usefulness of a good owing to it being in the hands of the consumer. This is the usefulness of a good owing to it being in the hands of a consumer. possession, from the word possess. Now, this utility is created when a good is transferred, okay, from the producer of the goods to the buyer, or from the seller to the buyer. It is created, possession utility is created when there is that transfer of the good from the seller to the buyer. Otherwise, if there is no transfer, if the good is still in the hands of the seller, then that good does not have any utility to the buyer. There has to be possession utility, the usefulness of a good owing to it being in the hands of the consumer. Then, lastly, we have place utility. Place utility. Place utility. What is place utility? Place utility, just from the word place, learners. This is the usefulness of a good due to it being where the consumer is. Okay? This is the usefulness, of a good. This is the usefulness of a good learners. Are you following? Place utility is the usefulness of a good due to it being where the consumer is. This is the usefulness of a good due to it being where the consumer is. Being where the consumer is. And this utility, place utility, is created when the goods are delivered to a physical location where the consumer can access them easily. That's the meaning of place utility. So learners in this lesson have defined the term utility, have listed the types of utility, have defined the different types of utility. I've also told you how that utility comes about, how it comes about. For example, the form utility, I've said, is the usefulness of a good owing to it being appropriate in the appropriate physical state, the physical state desired by a consumer. I gave an example of conversion of raw materials into finished goods. I've said this utility is created by changing a good into a form desired by a consumer. Then time utility, I've defined it, that is the usefulness of a good owing to it being available when it is needed. When it is needed. It is the usefulness of a good owing to it being made available when it is needed. And I've said it is created when a good is availed to the consumer at the appropriate time. Because learners, sometimes goods may not be needed when produced. When that happens, they may be stored until the need for them arises. Okay, that is time utility. Then there is possession utility. It's the usefulness of a good owing to it being in the hands of the consumer. And I've said it is created when the goods are transferred from a seller to the buyer. Then lastly, I've mentioned the place utility. I've said this is the usefulness of a good due to it being where the consumer is. And I've mentioned how that is done, how the place utility is created. I've said it is created when the goods are delivered to a physical location where the consumer can access them easily. So on that note, we'll come to the end of our today's lesson. I hope you've learned something. I want you to go through the video one more time, put down the notes, the ones I've written on the board and the ones that I have not written on the board. In primary school, we taught you how to take notes. So you need to practice note taking. All right? So learners, before we close this lesson, I'm going to give you revision questions. Revision questions. Revision questions. These are two revision questions. Number 1, define the term utility. Number 2, define 4 types of utility and state how utility is created under each type. When answering the questions, please close your exercise books and the video. See if you can recall what we have learned in our today's lesson from your memory. Thank you for attending our today's lesson. May God bless you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, student. Welcome to History and Government Form 3. We are having a lesson in establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. That is the second topic. And today we are going to look at the process of partition leading to the Kenyan territory, the process of partition. So before we discuss that, let us have an overview of what we learned in our previous lesson. Can you be able to remember what we learned in our previous lesson as an introduction to this topic, establishment of colonial rule in Kenya? We mentioned that there were different European powers, or many European powers that were competing to get the East African territory, one of which is Kenya. That is which we are discussing in our lesson today. So, which are these nations that were competing to get the East African territories? Are you able to remember them? We talked of Germany, there was Britain, there was Portugal, there was Italy. So these are European powers that were competing to get these East African territories. And then we made a step further and mentioned the reasons or the factors that encouraged or motivated the British nation to come and colonize or occupy Kenya. We discussed several reasons why the British came to colonize Kenya. Are you able to remember them? The reasons why the British came to occupy Kenya. We mentioned the first one was to protect the source of River Nile, because it was strategic for the British to control Egypt, which was a desert. That is the first reason, this to protect the source of River Nile. And then number two, we also said Kenya was of strategic importance to protect the interest of Britain in India. I hope you remember that. And then number three, they were sourcing for raw materials. They were looking for raw materials for the industries in Britain. And then number four, they were looking for markets for finished products. The industries in Britain, remember Britain was the first country to industrialize. It was the first European power to industrialize. So it produced a lot of goods. Industries were adopting the factory system. That is, they were producing goods on a large scale. So they had a lot of goods to sell. And Kenya provided a very good market, a ready market. Kenyans were ready. The people who are living in Kenya at that time were ready to buy these products. That is to look for a source for market. And then another reason was to protect the British nationals. Protect the British nationals who are living in Kenya. That is the missionaries and the settlers who had also come to settle and also engage in trading activities. The next reason was to abolish slave trade, and establish a legitimate trade. Which was the other reason? The other reason was for prestige, acquiring a colony, or Kenya as a colony was for the prestige of the people. The other reason was to invest the surplus capital they had gotten. So they needed to get a place where they could invest their wealth, invest their money, so that they could even make more profits. And then also another reason was also to settle, find a place to settle the European population. Kenya was a very good place where the Europeans could settle. And then lastly, we mentioned that the independence of the USA was another factor or reason why the European or the British wanted to occupy Kenya. So they had to compensate after they lost USA after its independence. Now, let us make a step further and look at how they occupied, or the process of the division of the East African territory and the British occupying specifically Kenya. So I've mentioned the biggest rivals for the British were the Germans at the coast. So after the Berlin Conference that happened in 1884, after the Berlin Conference, we had a lot of competition between Germany and Britain. So the British, through Sir Harry Johnston, came first and made treaties. He made treaties with the African chiefs. Harry Johnson made treaties with the African. There is an E. Harry Johnson made treaties with the African chiefs to safeguard the interests of the British. So the British wanted to establish a railway into the interior of the Kenyan or the East African coast. So he came and made treaties with the intention that the British could be coming to get. At the same time, after him there came another another person who was Karl Peters. So Karl Peters also came at the same time and made treaties with the people or with the chiefs around Mount Kilimanjaro. He came and made treaties with the people or the chiefs around Mount Kilimanjaro. He made treaties with the chiefs of Usaga. He made treaties with the chief of Uzigua. He made a treaty with the chief of Ukami and Guru. Nguru. So he made those treaties with the chiefs. And remember, from your Form 1 work, for you to get a pass into the interior, you had to consult with the Sultan. The Sultan would give you introductory letters. So initially, Sir Harry Johnson was given introductory letters by the Sultan. But now, because the Germans were competing against the British, so Karl Peters came and made those territories with the chiefs that I've already mentioned. That is the chief of Uzigua, the chief of Usaga, the chief of Ukami, and the chief of Guru, without consulting Sultan. So this brought about some problems because Sultan did not allow or had not given the Germans the go ahead. So this brought about some struggles between the British and the Germans. So when Karl Peters went back to Germany, the Chancellor acknowledged the treaties that he had made with the African chiefs. On the other hand, Sir Harry Johnson, the British did not back him up. So there was a kind of a struggle in between them. So this led to a conflict. And in 1886, there was an agreement they had to do because they had agreed in the Berlin Conference to have an amicable way of solving issues. So they made the first agreement, which we are going to refer to as the Anglo-German Treaty, which was made in 1886. This was made between the British and the Germans, and these were the terms of that treaty. The first one, the Sultan. Remember, now we have these three groups that are warring or are competing against each other. The Sultan is controlling the coast. Remember, this is an Arab. He's controlling the coast, and he has been having the rights of introducing people into the interior. So he still wants to control the coast. And then we have Karl Peters representing the Germans, and then we have the British also coming into the picture. So that conflict resulted to them signing the Anglo-German Treaty, or the first treaty that was referred to as the Anglo-German Treaty. So the first term was that the Sultan of Zanzibar. So we are looking at the terms of that treaty. So the first one is that the Sultan was to be left with the 16-kilometer or the 10-mile, which is equal to 10-mile coastal strip. So the Sultan was to be left with that strip, and then also he was given the offshore strips. The Sultan was also to take control. Sultan was also take control of the islands, of Pate, Zanzibar, the islands of Pate, Zanzibar, and also Mafia, Pemba, and Lamu. Mafia, Pemba, and Lamu. So the Sultan was, apart from being given this stripe at the coast, or the strip at the coast, he was also to take control of the islands of Zanzibar, Pate, Mafia, Pemba, and Lamu. That was the second term. The third one, Germany, was to get the territory between River Umba and River Ruvumba. River Umba and River Ruvuma. So Germany was given that strip or that territory between River Umba, that is at the coast, and also River Ruvuma. And then it was also given the coastline of Witu. It was also given the coastline of Witu was given to the Germans. And then lastly, Germany or Britain got the territory. Britain got the territory from River Umba going northwards, was to get between River Umba up to River Juba, that is in the along the Somali coast, that is towards the north. So those are Juba, those are the terms that they agreed upon. So each or the East African coast, you could go and get a map so that you can able to get from your maps, you will be able to see specifically where are these positions on the map that they agreed upon. So those are the terms that they agreed upon. So as you can notice, this was just along the East African coast. But now, towards the interior, it was left hanging. There was no agreement on how they are going to be sharing. So the north or the interior of East Africa was left hanging. So that was another cause of conflict. Immediately after they have agreed, going forward, companies were instituted to make sure that the interest of the Germans and the interest of the British are taken care of. The British contracted or got the services of the Imperial British East African Company to take these or to take control of the territory that they had been given. On the other hand, the Germans got the services of the German East African Company, which was led by Karl Peters at that time. So these companies were given the responsibility of getting more territory and administering the territories that they had been given. So that led to more conflicts. So in the interior, as they took or as they continued to expand, Karl Peters was the first to reach to Uganda, and he made a treaty or made an agreement with Kabaka to protect him. So by the time the British were coming towards the interior, and remember I said the British were so much concerned with protecting the source of River Nile. So by the time they were coming to get this territory, it had the Germans had already made an agreement with Kabaka, so they could not be able to get that territory. So that brought about another conflict between the Germans and the British, which necessitated another treaty to be signed. So they signed another treaty that was referred to as the second Anglo-German treaty, which was also referred to as Heligoland Treaty. This was signed in 1890. It was signed in 1890. So this was also to bring a time of peace between the Germans and the British. So these are the agreements that they made, or the terms that they made. The first one, Uganda was left. Uganda was recognized as a British sphere of influence. Uganda was recognized as a British sphere of influence, and then Germany agreed to abandon her claim over her territory of Witu. She also accepted British protectorate over Ireland. So Germany abandoned Witu, or the territory of Witu, and also recognized that the British were to take over the islands of Zanzibar and the island of Pemba. And then Germans got the Heligoland. Heligoland that was very influential. And then the Sultan was left with the 10-mile strip, and then the western boundary of Uganda and Tanganyika, and not Tanganyika, of Uganda and Tanganyika were defined. And then lastly, German took possession of part of Lake Tanganyika, part of Lake Tanganyika from the British at a cost. So these conflicts were the events that led to Kenya becoming a protectorate. So with these agreements, Uganda becoming part of being declared the British sphere of influence. Now the British could control the whole area from the coast, almost 300 kilometers inside, right, and up to Uganda. Now that became part of the British sphere of influence, and finally they came, or it was declared the British protectorate. So those are the events that led to Kenya becoming a colony, or becoming a colony of British. So you could go and get some more literature. You can read in your KLB. There is more literature on that explaining more, but I just needed you to get these specific terms of the agreements that were made between the British and the Germans in acquiring the Kenyan territory. So as we end our lesson today, could you be able to attempt this division question. And the question is, identify the terms of the agreements made by the British and the Germans. Identify the terms of the agreements made by the British and the Germans. So that is the question I want you to attempt, and now you should be able to differentiate. That is the Anglo-German Treaty of 1886 and the Second Anglo-German Treaty of that, or which is also known as the Heligoland Treaty of 1890. And with that, I'm sure you have learned quite a new thing today, and I hope you have enjoyed the lesson today. It's bye-bye from me.
So before we go on, in our previous lesson we looked at phrases. We talked about the noun phrase, the types of phrases, how a phrase is a group of words that functions as a single unit. And we looked at the various types of phrases. We looked at verb phrases, we looked at noun phrases, adjectival, prepositional, adverbial phrases, and we say that they are just groups of words but will function as that unit. That unit could be a verb, that unit could be an adjective, the unit could be an adverb, the unit could be a preposition, depending on how they are in a sentence. But now they are functioning as a group. So today we're looking at now another group of words that will function as a, we're looking at participle phrases. It will be the same thing. But now, before we go to participle phrases, we'll need to remind ourselves what a participle is, because for it to function as a participle phrase, it must be a group of words. So I can just say it is a group of words that functions, a group of words that functions as a participle in a sentence. So this participle phrase. So what is a participle? So a participle, if we remind ourselves clearly, is a word, just a minute, is a verbal word that functions as an adjective. It's a verbal word that functions as an adjective. So that, what is a verbal word? For example, interesting. Interesting. Another word is arrived. These are verbal words. But now we are looking at them as we are looking at them as functioning as what? Adjectives. So that we can say interesting movie. Arrived, just not arrived, but expected guests. Tired visitors. So all these three words here, interesting, expected, tired, they are verbs, but they are functioning as what? Adjectives. What is an adjective? It's a word that gives us more information about a noun. So which movie? The interesting one. Which guests? The ones that we were expecting. Which visitors? The tired ones. Okay? Which pool? The swimming pool. Which baby? The crying baby. So that we say, when they function as an adjective, they're giving us more information about the baby. That's what an adjective does. So today we're looking at how a participle, a phrase, will function as an adjective. Because when you say that a group of words that function as a participle, we're looking at a group of words that function as an adjective. The only difference will be that there'll be no adjective in that sentence like like an adjectival phrase. There'll be a participle. Okay? And before we go on, we have different types of participles. We have the present participle, which is normally called the ing participle. And then we have the number 2, we have the past participle, which is called the ed stroke en participle. So that here, this participle again will be functioning as an adjective, but in an ing form or an ed stroke en participle. So when we begin with present participle, they are in form of an ing. For example, interesting, crying. Okay, they are ing participles. So, and then under, for example, now we have interesting movie, crying baby. So the underlined words are the participles. And then now past participles. Will be the ed stroke en ones. So that we have expected, we have stolen, we have broken, so that we can have expected guests have arrived. The stolen bicycle, the broken window. Okay, so broken here is not functioning as a verb. Stolen here is not functioning as a verb. It is functioning as an adjective. It is giving us more information about the adjective, the noun. The noun window, the noun bicycle, and the noun guests. So that when we say, now we're going to look at, we've looked at what a participle is, the types of participles, and now we're going to look at in a broader perspective, that is now in the participle phrase perspective. So now present participles. In a sentence that has a present participle. So when a sentence has a present participle, what does it mean? That the action in the former in the main sentence, in the previous sentence, in the participle sentence, happens before the one in the main sentence happens. Now that we've learned what a participle is, we've reminded ourselves what a participle is. We're looking at now what a participle phrase is. And we've just said that a participle phrase is a group of words that functions as a participle in a sentence. So I'll just add, such a phrase begins with a present participle or a past participle. This participle phrase it normally begins with either a present participle or a past participle. For example, now that we've said it's a group of words that functions as a participle and that such a phrase begins with a present participle or a past participle. Let me give you now examples of these participle phrases. Okay? For example, shivering with cold. The cat went into the house to warm itself. Okay, so shivering with cold. What do you see here? The word shivering. Shivering now is the present participle. Okay, so it gives this sentence, shivering with cold, gives us more information about who? The cat. Okay, how is it functioning as an adjective here? Or how is it functioning as a participle? It is functioning as a participle in the sense that it is giving us more information about the what? The cat, which is the noun in this sentence. Because all participles, they functioning as adjectives. So what is an adjective? It gives us more information about a what? A noun. So in this case, it will be a group of words that functions as a participle. So here, it's a group of words that gives us more information about what? The cat. It was shivering with cold, so it went to what? To warm itself in the house. Okay? Another example could be thinking the ground was dry. I sat down to rest. Okay? So, thinking the ground was dry is a participle phrase. It gives us more information about who? The I, who was thinking the ground was dry, so that this action can happen, so that he or she can sit down to rest. Okay? So what is the function of a present participle phrase? It means that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main, with the main verb. Okay? The action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main sentence. Okay? The function of a present participle. Now that is what we're going to look at. So we've just said that the present we've given examples of a sentence that has present participles. Let me just add here. Present participle phrases. All right? So that this one is shivering with cold, the cat went into the house. It is a state that is happening in the present. Thinking it was on the ground was dry, I sat down to rest. So the function here, we're looking at now how does it function? Given those examples, the function of a present. So this present participle phrase, shivering with cold, we're not looking at this other part of the sentence. It may look like it's in the past, but what we're concentrating on is this part, shivering with cold. The cat went to the house to warm itself. Or thinking the ground was dry, I sat down to rest. So what is the function of the present participle phrase? So it is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase is immediately followed by the action in the main sentence. Okay? This shivering with cold is immediately followed by this other action. After noticing that it was shivering with cold, it immediately goes into the house to warm itself. After this person realizes that the ground was dry, immediately they sit down to rest. So it just emphasizes, it's just used for emphasis. This action is followed immediately by the action in the main sentence. So that is all about the what? The present participle phrase. All right? So let me give you an assignment to practice on it more, so that when we come back next, we will look at now the past participle. Remember I told you that this participle phrase that functions as a participle in a sentence could begin with a what? A present participle or a past participle. So we've looked at participle phrases that have begun with what? Present participles. All right? Like shivering, like thinking, okay? Those ones begin with what? Present participles. That's why they are in the ing format. All right? So we're going to look at, in the next lesson, we're going to look at now sentences or maybe phrases that begin with what? Past participle phrases. So our assignment for today, let me just write a few questions here for practice. So let's read the questions. You are supposed to rewrite the sentences, replacing the underlined part with the present participle. The first one, the dog wagged its tail and beat the postman. So you are replacing this first part with a participle phrase, a present one. The second one, while she was tidying up her room, while she was tidying up her room, while she was tidying up her room, comma, she found some old photos, full stop. They are vegetarians and they don't eat meat, full stop. Again, in both sentences, you're replacing the underlined part with a present participle phrase. He was a good boy and helped his mother in the kitchen. Again, you're replacing the underlined part. As they didn't separate this, as they didn't have enough money, comma, they spent their holiday at home. Again, you replace the underlined part with the participle phrase. And then number 6, since we didn't watch the news every day, comma, we know what's going on in the world. We know what's going on in the world. Now, remember that there is something we need to note. Let me just say it as an NB. The participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. So whenever you will be replacing, you make sure that the comma will follow the what? The participle phrase. You will separate the sentence, the participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a what? By a comma. So remember, when you're doing that assignment, remember to separate the what? The sentence, the participle phrase with the rest of the sentence by a comma. After writing the participle phrase, like in this case, shivering with cold, comma, the cat went into the house. Again, here again, we've seen that we've separated the sentence with what? The comma. Okay? Having said that, I wish you well. And we are looking forward to the next lesson, which will be about the past participle phrases.
Mwanafunzi wa kidato cha 4, karibu katika somo letu la leo la Kiswahili kidato cha 4, ambapo tutakuwa tunashughulikia ushairi na hasa katika kitengo cha bahari za mashairi. Kidogo nikukumbushe kwamba katika kipindi hicho kingine kilichopita nilikuwa nimeshagusia kiasi kuhusiana na bahari za mashairi. Nikaeleza kwamba bahari ni baadhi ya mikondo mbalimbali ya mashairi, hasa kulingana na sura ya nje ya shairi lenyewe ama ya mashairi yenyewe. Hivyo basi tulikuwa tumeshasema ya kwamba kuna baadhi ya vigezo ambavyo vinatumika katika kuainisha hizi bahari, haya mashairi katika bahari mbalimbali. Moja kati ya kigezo kilikuwa ni kile cha idadi ya mishororo. Tukaangalia tukaona kwamba kuna shairi la mshororo mmoja tukaliita tathmina, la mishororo miwili tathnia, la mishororo mitatu tukaliita tathlitha, la mishororo minne tarbia, mishororo mitano likaitwa takhmisa, la mishororo 6 likaitwa tasdisa, la mishororo 7 likaitwa tasbia, la mishororo 8 likaitwa naudi au unani, la mishororo 9 likaitwa telemania au utisa, la mishororo 10 tukaliita ukumi, na lile la mishororo 14 katika kila ubeti tukaliita soneti. Hayo ndiyo baadhi ya mambo ambayo tulishughulikia katika kipindi kilichopita. Ni muhimu kuyagusia. Basi katika hiki kipindi tutashughulikia kigezo cha pili. Na nilisema vipi? Kigezo ni criterion. Criterion. Katika wingi criteria. Basi ni kriteria gani? Tunatumia kigezo gani kuainisha haya mashairi katika bahari mbalimbali? Kigezo cha pili ni kigezo cha vipande. Bahari ya mashairi kutegemea vipande. Hii ni nambari ya pili. Nambari ya pili ni bahari. Nambari ya kwanza tulishughulikia bahari za mashairi, samahani. Bahari za mashairi kwa kutegemea vipande. Nambari ya kwanza ni bahari ya mashairi kwa kutegemea idadi ya mishororo. Nafikiri unasafiri nami moja kwa moja, na nataka kuamini kwamba una daftari lako hapo na kalamu zako 2, 3. Na kama basi hukuchukua, naomba uchukue uweze kuandika 2, 3 kuhusu yale ambayo yanaendelea hapa kwenye ubao. Nafikiri una hilo daftari. Haya basi, bahari za mashairi kwa kutegemea vipande. Mashairi yamegawika kiasi kwamba tuna bahari ya kwanza ambayo ni utenzi. Nina imani kwamba mwanafunzi, msomaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili, pia mwalimu, unakumbuka nilipokuwa nikieleza istilahi mbalimbali za zinazotumika katika huu uwanja wa mashairi. Vipande ni visehemu katika mshororo. Visehemu katika mshororo. Kwa mfano, utenzi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina kipande kimoja. Na hicho kipande kinaitwa ukwapi. Kinaitwa ukwapi. Andika: utenzi, shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina kipande kimoja ambacho ni ukwapi peke yake. Yaani sio kawaida ya vile ambavyo tunakuwa na vipande viwili. Ni mfano ni kama huu. Mfano, katika ubeti wa kwanza tunakuwa na mshororo wa kwanza, mshororo wa pili, mshororo wa tatu, mshororo wa 4. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza wenye kipande kimoja peke yake. Tuangalie katika ubeti wa pili. Hivyo hivyo. Ubeti huu una mshororo wa kwanza ambao una kipande kimoja, mshororo wa pili wenye kipande kimoja, mshororo wa tatu wenye kipande kimoja, na mshororo wa 4 wenye kipande kimoja. Hivyo hivyo mpaka ubeti wa mwisho. Hilo shairi liko katika bahari ya utenzi. Mashairi mengi ya kale kama vile utenzi wa Mwanakupona ni mfano mojawapo. Hasa sana utapata haya mashairi huwa ni marefu. Takriban beti kama 200 hivi. na hasa sana huwa yanagusia mambo ya kihistoria, siasa, utawala, mashujaa, ushujaa na mambo mengine ya kijamii kama vile ndoa na kadhalika. Yaani haya mashairi utayapata yanaitwa utenzi, yanakuwa na kipande kimoja katika mshororo, na hiki kipande ndicho ambacho tulisema kwamba kinaitwa ukwapi. Ukwapi ni kipande cha kwanza katika mshororo. Tuangalie bahari ya pili. Bahari ya pili, nafikiri umeshaandika huo mfano. Bahari ya pili ni mathnawi. Mathnawi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande viwili. Ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande viwili, yaani ukwapi na utao, yaani kipande cha kwanza na kipande cha pili. Aghlabu haya ndiyo mashairi ambayo tumeyazoea, ambayo unapata kila mshororo unakuwa na vipande viwili. Mfano ni kama huu. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza unakuwa na ukwapi na utao. Wa pili, ukwapi na utao. Wa tatu vivyo hivyo. Kipande cha kwanza tumesema kwamba kinaitwa ukwapi. Cha pili kinaitwa utao. Cha pili kiitwe utao. Hivyo hivyo katika ubeti wa pili unapata ukwapi, utao. Namna hiyo. Kipande bahari ya tatu. Bahari ya tatu, kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vipande, ni hiki kingine ambacho kinaitwa ukawafi. Ukawafi. Ukawafi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande vitatu. Ni shairi ambalo vitatu. Ukawafi ni bahari ya shairi ambapo unapata mishororo ya shairi lenyewe ina vipande vitatu. Yaani cha kwanza ambacho tulisema kinaitwa ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Mfano ndio huu. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza una ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, mshororo wa kwanza. Mshororo wa pili nao hivyo hivyo, namna hiyo. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili, naweza nikatumia sehemu hii. Ubeti wa pili, nambari ya pili, hivyo hivyo, ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Mshororo wa tatu, ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Hiyo ni bahari ya ukawafi. Bahari ya ukawafi. Haya basi, wacha tuangalie bahari nyingine kwa kuzingatia hiki kigezo cha vipande. Ni nambari ya 4 ni Bantudi, au pia ukitaka neno tuo. Bantudi au tuo. Hii herufi na, Bantudi. Bantudi au tuo. Basi ni bahari ambapo unapata ni shairi lenye vipande 4 katika kila mshororo. Ni shairi lenye vipande 4 katika kila mshororo. Yaani unapata mshororo mmoja una ukwapi, na mimi unafuata utao, mwandamizi, na mwisho ukingo. Kingo. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza unakuwa na mshororo wake una ukwapi, una utao, una mwandamizi, una ukingo. Vivyo hivyo mshororo wa pili. Ya, unapata vipi? Kuna ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, kisha ukingo. Kipande cha kwanza, cha pili, cha tatu, cha 4. Haya, ubeti wa pili uko hivyo hivyo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Namna hiyo. Basi katika haya mashairi ya Bantudi au tuo, Mshororo mmoja unakuwa umegawika mara 4. Kipande cha kwanza, cha pili, cha tatu, cha 4. Haya, nafikiri katika hicho kigezo cha idadi ya vipande katika kila mshororo, umeweza kuona baadhi ya bahari ambazo tunapata pale. Nilianza kwa kueleza kwamba tumesema kwamba kuna utenzi, shairi ambalo kila mshororo una kipande kimoja. Utenzi. Pili, kila mshororo ukuwa na vipande viwili. Mashairi ambayo tumeyazoea sana ni mathnawi, bahari ya mathnawi. Kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kitwa utao, hivyo hivyo, vipande viwili kila mshororo. Unaona jinsi mifano ilivyo. Tuingie katika bahari nyingine ya ukawafi, ambalo ni shairi lenye mishororo yake iliyogawika mara 3. Kuna sehemu ya ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi, bahari ya ukawafi. Na mwisho kabisa tukaja kumalizia kwa bantudi au pia ukitaka tuo. Nafikiri hayo ni rahisi kwako wewe kuyapata mwanafunzi. Nafikiri na nina imani kwamba hapo umekuwa na daftari lako ukiandika mawili matatu ambayo umekuwa ukisikiliza na kuyaelewa hapa katika somo letu la leo. Nafikiri kazi yangu itakuwa tu rahisi kwa leo. Nikupe kazi mradi ambapo nitakutaka wewe unitajie bahari 3, bahari 4, kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vipande. Kabla ya kipindi kijacho, basi nenda tafuta baadhi ya mashairi ambayo utaangalia bahari zake kulingana na yale ambayo tumefunza leo kutegemea vipande. Basi mwanafunzi, nataka nikupe kazi ambayo utashughulikia katika wakati wako unapoendelea kudurusu. Kumbuka, mwanafunzi wa kidato cha 4, lazima ufanye mazoezi tena na tena ili uweze kujirakibisha na haya maswali ya mashairi. Basi kazi ambayo nitakupa leo rahisi tena, kama vile kula pipi au kula ini kwa ncha ya ukucha. Haya, kazi nayo ndio hii. Kwanza nitafuta ili basi usije ukawa tu mtu wa kunakili yale tu nimeandika hapa. Kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha idadi ya vipande, taja na ueleze bahari 4 za mashairi. Hiyo kazi najua kwako wewe ni mteremko. Basi tafadhali ishughulikie kabla ya sisi kuja katika hicho kipindi kingine ambapo tutakuwa tunashughulikia bahari kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vina na mizani. Siku njema, asante. Mimi wako Mugambi James. Tuonane baadaye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How do you do? It's my hope that you are faring on well. Welcome to our today's history and government lesson. It's a Form 3 topic that we are going to be tackling in our today's lesson. That is establishment of colonial rule in Kenya. That is the topic that we have been handling. And in our today's lesson, we are going to be studying the company company rule in Kenya. That is how, or after the partitioning of Africa, which we learned in our previous lesson of East Africa, East Africa, Britain got her territory, which he declared to be the British East African or the British East African Protectorate, which she decided to administer, and to administer that territory, companies were used. So the company of the imperial British East African Company was used to administer the territory that had been acquired by the Britain. So this one is abbreviated as IBEACO. That is the Imperial British East African Company. So this is the company that was given the charter. The company was given the charter to administer. They were given the charter to administer the protectorate, or Kenya, on behalf, administer on behalf of British government. They were given this one should be a small letter, on behalf of the British government, because it would be so much costly for the government to administer the protectorate on directly. So the company, the Imperial British East African Company, was given the charter, or was given the power to administer or manage Kenya, or the British protectorate, on behalf of the Kenyan of the British government. So the rights were given to this company to do everything on behalf of the government. This happened in 1888. That is when the company was given the rights, or the charter, to administer the British protectorate on behalf of the British. So immediately the company got that charter, it leased out the land to the interior to Sultan, so that it leased the land from Sultan, so that they could advance, or they could invest or make profits. Remember, this is a company that has been given that territory, so they are using it for their own economic importance. So let us first discuss the aims of IBEA, or the aims of the Imperial British East African Company. What were the goals? What did they need? Why was it important for them to get this territory and to administer that territory? The first one, they were to maintain law and order. They were supposed to maintain law and order. That was their first aim, or their first goal. They were supposed to maintain law and order in the territory. So their mandate was to make sure that the territory that was declared a German sphere of influence. Remember, during the Berlin Conference, one of the terms of that conference, or the Berlin Conference, was that a company that had declared a sphere of influence had to follow that declaration with effective occupation. Effective occupation. So they had to effectively occupy. What does it mean to effectively occupy? There had to be law and order in that territory. So the first order of business of the Imperial British East African Company was to maintain law and order. And then number two, they were to counter. It was to counter the influence of the French, the Germans, and Italy, who are also interested in these areas. So the Imperial British East African Company was given the role or the mandate of countering the influence of the Germans, especially, who are the biggest rivals in this area to the British. So the other aim or the other goal for them was to counter the spread or the influence of those countries. Number three, they were to control and develop trade. They were to control and develop trade and trading activities. They had to make sure that there was effective trade activities in that area. The communities, or they were able to exploit the resources. They were able to get control of the trading activities in the territory. That was the next aim. The fourth one, that is number 4, they were to collect. They were supposed to levy, not just collect. They were supposed to levy. Allow me to wrap that. They were supposed to levy and collect taxes on the territory. That was the next work of the Imperial British East African Company, or the next aim or goal of the company. They were supposed to levy, that is, to apportion the taxes that are required, and then number 2, to collect those taxes for the benefit or for the influence of the company. And then lastly, they were supposed to advocate for the end of slave trade. They were supposed to abolish slave trade in that territory. They were supposed to make sure that the slave trade that had started happening, that was led by the Sultan at the coast, has now been avoided or had now been brought to an end. So those were the aims of this company as it occupied the territory of Kenya. Remember, Britain is occupying this land. They have made an agreement as nations, but as a government, they are not able to come and occupy that land physically. So they use this company to control the territory. So those were the aims. Now, as they were making these, as they were controlling and exercising their authority over this territory, they had several achievements. Now, that is the next thing we are going to look at, the achievements. The achievements of Imperial British East African Company. The achievements of Imperial British East African Company. So the first one is that they were able to suppress. They were able to suppress the revolts by traditional communities. They were able to suppress the revolts by traditional communities. So as they took control or took authority in those territories, most African communities did not accept, so they had to stand up against them, but they managed to quench or bring an end to those rebellions. Number two, they laid a foundation. The company laid a foundation. They laid a foundation for the coming of the colonial administration. So they laid structures that later could come and be used by the British government during the direct control. And then number three, they freed many slaves. Freed slaves. They freed slaves. So as we mentioned, they had to advocate for the end of slave trade. That was an aim, or that was a need that they had to be able to accomplish. So they freed a lot of slaves who were enslaved, especially at the coast. And these brought most of the people back to their homes. Apart from that, they started construction of roads. Construction of roads along the trade routes. The trade routes where the trading activities were happening. These they expanded by creating roads or constructing roads. They financed the construction of roads. So these enabled or made way for the government, later on the colonial administrators, to come and use the same roads or advance the same roads as during the time of occupation. And then lastly, they started early industries. They started early industries. As remember, they had to undertake trading activities. So in their trade, they had to start industries. For example, the weaving, the textile industry was initiated by this company. So to make sure that the cotton that was being grown was now being put into place. So the earliest industries were set up by the Imperial British East African Company. So those are some of the achievements that were able to be acquired by the company that was acting on behalf of the British government. So even with those achievements, the Imperial British East African Company made a lot of significant influence because they effectively occupied this land, this territory of Kenya. It was effectively occupied and led by the Imperial British East African Company. So they made several forts or centers of administration. That is another, you could also mention another influence or another impact made by the British East African Company. So they made forts. They made forts, which were also referred to as bombers, at different areas where they could store trade commodities, where they could live. So these forts included, they had made one at Kismayu. They also made another one at Malindi. Another one was made at Vanga. Another one was made at Witu. Another one was made at Machakos. Another one was made at Fort Smith. And lastly, there was a fort in Mumias. So these are administrative centers that were created by the Imperial British East African Company. So these ensured that they could easily control or they could easily manage the territory. Yes, despite of them making those achievements, they also encountered some problems. So they had problems. So the problems faced by Imperial British East African Company. What are these problems that they faced in establishing their control? The first one is that they did not have enough manpower. They did not have manpower. They did not have enough manpower. They did not have enough leaders to effectively control or to carry out their activities or their objectives. So that was a very significant problem or challenge that they had faced. And then most Africans were resistance. Most of the African communities resisted the advancement or the work of the Imperial British East Africa. So there were frequent revolts, and for them to quench, or for the British or for the company to quench this resistance, they required a lot of resources. They had to invest a lot of money to quench those rebellions. That was very costly on their land. And also the land was too big. The land was too vast. So you can imagine from the coast towards the interior, the Imperial British East Africa was responsible for both Kenya and Uganda, right? And part of Somalia. So that was a very huge chunk of land to be managed by one company. So that was another challenge. And then there was poor transport system. Poor transport. There were no elaborate road system. They did not have established roads where they could move on every now and then. And then also they did not have navigable rivers. They did not have navigable. There were no navigable rivers that could ease the movement of or the carrying of trade items. So that required them carrying or employing a lot of laborers to transport their commodities. And then there was low trading activities. There were low trading activities between the people of the coast and the people of the interior. So the trade volume was very low. So that meant that they did not make as higher profits as they had anticipated. That was a problem or a challenge on their side. And then lastly, the last problem that they faced was that it was so expensive. It was very expensive. It was very expensive to maintain the territory. It was very expensive to maintain the territory, and all the administrative centers they had created, they needed a lot of leaders. They needed a lot of administrators in this territory who were supposed to be paid. So that became very expensive on the side or on the part of the company. So these brought or encouraged the British government to finally come and establish their own control. The company could no longer be able to effectively manage or handle the territory, which forced the British government to send down its own leaders or leaders to come and take control of the territory. So that is the company rule in Kenya. They have we have mentioned that in the British East African Protectorate, it was led by the Imperial British East African Company, and we have looked at the aims of that company, what achievements they made, and then lastly we have looked at the problems that they had faced. So as we end our lesson today, allow me to give you rub here and give you an assignment. Give you an assignment. Revision question. Revision questions. Number 1, name the company that administered the British Number 2, what were the aims of Iberco? And then lastly, explain the challenges faced by Imperial British East African Company. So the first question is, name the company that administered the British East African Protectorate. And then number 2, what were the aims of the Imperial British East African Company? And lastly, explain the challenges faced by Imperial British East African Company. Those are the questions I want you to attempt and answer them. So write them down and also write your answers effectively, and then check whether you have been able to grasp what we have learned today. And that brings us to the end of our history and government lesson for today. Bye bye until the next time.
My name is Stephen Kariungi, and we'll continue with our topic of discussion, and the topic is structure and bonding. So today I would like us to study the different types of bonds. The types of bonds, basically there are 3 types of bonds. One, we have ionic bond, also known as electrovalent bond. And we can say that this is a type of bond formed when there is complete transfer of electrons from one atom to another. So is a type of bond formed when there is a complete transfer of electrons. So the key thing is transfer of electrons from one atom to another. In other words, what we are saying is that one atom will lose electrons and the other one will gain electrons. So basically, some electrons will be transferred from one atom to another. So that's what we are saying. And this leading to formation of a positively and negatively charged ion. So is a type of bond that is formed between when there is a complete transfer of electrons from one atom to another, leading to formation of a positively and a negatively charged ion or ions. So we can say that this bond is commonly found between a metal and a non-metal, because we know that basically metals will lose electrons and then the non-metals will gain those electrons. So there will be a transfer of electrons from the metal to the non-metal. So as a result of that, the metal becomes positively charged and the non-metal becomes negatively charged. And then the attraction between the two creates an ionic bond. So you can say that this is commonly found when a metal combines with a non-metal. And you can say that during ion formation, this is just something that we are going back to something that we've already learned. During ion formation, metals lose electrons to form positively charged ions. They lose electrons to form positively charged ions, also known as cations. On the other hand, non-metals gain electrons. Non-metals gain electrons to form negatively charged ions. Known as anions. So from that, we can be able to distinguish what are cations and what are anions. Cations are the positively charged ions, while the anions are the negatively charged ions. The positively charged ions come from metals losing electrons, and the negatively charged ions come from the non-metals gaining electrons. So when the non-metals gain electrons, they are basically gaining negative charges. Yeah? So if they are gaining negative charges, they become negatively charged. But if the metals are losing the negative, or they are losing the negative electrons, then they become positively charged. So we'll take an example. Take an example of this ionic bonding. We can say that a sodium atom, which is Na, has 11 electrons arranged as 2 281. And therefore, during ion formation, it requires to lose one electron. It requires to lose one electron. So sodium has 281 as the electron arrangement, electron configuration. Then we are saying that it needs to lose that one outermost electron to form a positively, because it is losing, to form a positively charged sodium ion. A positively charged sodium ion that is indicated as that is indicated as Na positive with an electron configuration. Configuration is the same as electron arrangement of 2, 8. So what we have said is that initially sodium was 281. It had 11 electrons. But during ion formation, it's going to lose one electron. And the arrangement is now 2,8, or the arrangement now becomes 2,8. So because there is a negative, there's an electron or a negative charge that has been lost, then the overall charge becomes positive, because now the protons are more than the electrons by 1. And you can say that because the number of protons remain the same, then the overall charge of the ion is positive 1, because there is an excess of 1 proton. Having lost 1 electron, remember initially the protons and the electrons were the same in number, but when you lose an electron, the protons are more by 1. So that shows that there is a positive 1 that is created somewhere. We can also have another example that a chlorine atom, which is Cl, has 17 electrons arranged as 287. Arranged as 287. And therefore, during ion formation, it needs to gain 1 electron. It needs to gain 1 electron to attain a stable arrangement. So we are saying that during ion formation, it requires to gain 1 electron to attain a stable electron configuration, of 288. So when it gains 1 electron, it becomes 288. Because of that, now extra electron that has been gained, the overall charge becomes negative. So the overall charge for the chloride ion, it's now a chloride ion. We don't call it chlorine ion, it's a chloride ion, is negative. That's why we indicated as Cl negative. So the overall charge for the chloride ion is negative. So we are going to illustrate that in form of a diagram. So we're going to have a diagrammatic illustration of a sodium atom losing an electron, a chlorine atom gaining an electron. So a sodium atom has 11 protons and 12 neutrons. We are told that it has 11 electrons. We arrange them. So that is the sodium atom, Na. The arrangement is 281. So we have 2 in the first energy level, 8 in the second energy level, and 1 in the third energy level. Then we go to a chlorine. It combines with a chlorine atom. Chlorine has 17 protons, 18 neutrons. So we can use the dots here. 2, 8. So this is chlorine atom. 287. So what will happen is that the one electron that is lost by sodium, or the one valence electron lost by sodium, is the one that will be attracted by chlorine, or is the one that will be gained by chlorine, such that after that, the sodium now will have only 2,8 as the electron arrangement. The number of protons remain 11 and neutrons remain 12. So the nucleus is not affected. Whatever is in the nucleus remains the same. So it's only the outermost electrons that are affected. So that is 2,8. And now that it has lost 1 electron, and the electrons are now 8 against 11 protons, that means that this particle here has a positive charge because of the extra protons. Extra proton. The electrons are 10, the protons are 11, 1 extra proton. So we'll continue with the diagram. So we'll now show chlorine after it has gained now the electron. So we are saying the nucleus remains the same, 17p18n. The first energy level, the second, and the third. So we had it like that, but now this electron has been attracted there. It has been gained here. So we put a cross to show that it is from sodium. So whatever we have here, it now has 17 protons and 18 electrons. So there is an excess of 1 electron. So the charge becomes negative. Protons are 17, electrons are 18. So 1 extra electron, negative charge. Here, 1 extra proton, positive charge. So this is a sodium ion. It has a charge. This is a chloride ion. It has a charge. So this is Na positive. This is Cl negative. And when now you combine the two, you get sodium chloride. sodium chloride, which is NaCl. So the positive charge in sodium cancels with the negative charge in the chloride. So when they come together, the charges cancel each other. So sodium chloride is written as that. So that is the formula for sodium chloride. And therefore we can say that therefore sodium chloride is an ionic compound. It's an ionic compound because it is made up of ions that are bonded together by ionic bonds. So at that point we can have an assignment. So the assignment, the first question, what is an ionic bond? And number 2, using a diagrammatic illustration, show bonding in potassium chloride. So we'll stop there. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, how are you? I hope you are faring on well. Welcome to our today's history and government lesson. I'm glad that you have been able to find time to join me in our today's lesson. Before we dwell on what we are going to learn today, let us remind ourselves what we learned in our previous lesson. In our previous lesson, we studied the company rule in Kenya. And we learned that in Kenya, or in the British East African Protectorate, it was administered by the Imperial British East African Company, which was given a charter or rights to govern or to exercise authority over the Kenyan territory. And it had various aims and objectives, one of which was to abolish slave trade. It was also to make sure that it establishes trade links and trading activities, and also it was to administer the territory on behalf of the British government, among other objectives. And also we were able to learn on the achievements and the challenges that were facing the Imperial British East African Company in administration of the Kenyan territory. And we mentioned towards the end that the Imperial British East African Company was very essential in establishing foundations upon which now the British government came to form or to establish control over the Kenyan territory. So in our today's lesson, we are going to study about the methods used by the British to occupy Kenya. The methods that were used by the British to occupy Kenya or during the colonial rule. So what methods did they use to occupy Kenya? So as I've mentioned, the Imperial British East African Company was unable, or it was overwhelmed by the administration of the colony, because it had become very expensive on their part, and that made the British government to send now direct representatives or to take over the administration or the rule of the Kenyan territory. So they had to come and occupy and ensure that the area is occupied. And they had to get these colonies or to occupy the Kenyan colony in different ways, and that is what we are going to be learning about in our today's lesson. So the first way in which they occupied the territory or Kenya was through signing of treaties. Signing of treaties. A treaty is an agreement. A treaty is an agreement. So the British representatives had to come and sign agreements with African leaders. As you have learned in your previous topics, in Form 1, the African societies, the Kenyan societies, had their own ways or structures of governance. They had rulers. They had an administrative system. Some had centralized systems, others had decentralized system. There are those communities that had council of elders, others had paramount chiefs, or they had kings that administered the kingdoms. So what the British did, they would come and make agreements with the African leaders. An example is the Maasai Agreement that was made in 1904 and 1911. An example is the Maasai Agreement that was made in 1904. We are going to be discussing more of this as we go forward at 1911. So they made agreements with the African leaders to allow them to take occupation of certain portions of land. To the Africans, these agreements had no meaning because they were only trying to allow the British for a time. But now for the British, it was a legitimate commitment on the African leaders that they had allowed the British to come and take right or to take authority over that land. But to the Africans, they thought it was just a way of protection from neighbors or from enemies. So to the Africans, they were just being protected by the British. But now, on paper, on what the terms that were made in these agreements, the Africans were signing away their land. So that was the first way in which they got the territory, or the first method they used to occupy the Kenyan territory. The other one that was the most common was use of military force. These involved sending expeditions. Sending of expeditions against rebellious communities. So when the communities realized that the British were taking away their land, they were occupying their kingdoms, most of the communities decided to rebel or to revolt against the British. So these forced the British to resort to armed or to a forceful occupation of that land. That was military. This was the most common way in which they occupied the Kenyan territory. Some of the communities that were able to resist or fight against the invasion of the British are the Nandi. We had the Bukusu, we had the Luo, and also a section of the Agikuyu were able to rise up in resistance against the British. So that is the second way in which they they were able to get territories in Kenya. Number three, they used construction of administrative posts. So what the British government did, they could construct or build forts or posts where they could act as their headquarters, where they could make decisions. And these posts were used to plan, and they were used to exert control over the people. So the British made several bases where they could operate from. These were also residence for the official. So the officials lived in these posts, and then it was also a base of operation base. That is, these posts that were created or that were built or that were also known as the forts. We discussed them in our previous, we mentioned them in our previous lesson. So these became places where they could organize or they could continue to rule over the people. Number 4 was they employed the tactic of collaboration. This was done with powerful leaders. So they approached powerful leaders and offered them protection against their enemies. So they could use these African leaders to conquer their neighbors. An example of such a collaboration was done with Lenana of the Maasai, and another one is the Wanga, right? The Wanga Nabongo Mumia of the Wanga people. So they collaborated with these African leaders to be able to conquer other communities. So they used one African community to fight against another African community. So through these leaders, the British were able to exert on them even taxes and protection. They offered protection to the African leaders, and the leaders in turn gave their people or ordered their people to cooperate or work together with the British. And then the second last method that was used, they used missionaries. Use of missionaries. Remember, these had come even way before there was need for colonization. So the missionaries were used to soften the hearts of the African leaders. The missionaries encouraged the African people to cooperate. They encouraged cooperation. So the African people were encouraged by the missionaries to cooperate and work together with the British government or with the British officials. So they persuaded the leaders not to revolt against the British officials. And then lastly, the last method that was used by the British to occupy the land was that of treachery or trickery. They could trick the African leaders. They could trick the African leaders to give away their land. They could trick the African leaders to give away their land in exchange of gifts and protection. So they would come to a leader and tell them, we are going to offer you protection. For example, Lenana, we are going to offer you protection against the Agikuyu. So Lenana was the leader of the Maasai, and they had traditional rivalry with the Agikuyu. So they tricked Lenana into accepting to work together or collaborate with the British in the pretext that he's being offered protection. But what in essence he was doing was signing away his territory to the British. So the British tricked the African leaders into giving out their land. So the African people were tricked into giving out or signing out their land in the pretext of being offered protection. So those are the methods that the British used to occupy Kenya. Number one, they signed treaties with the African leaders. Number two, they used military force, or in other words, military conquest. Number three, they constructed administrative posts that acted as the residences for the British officials, and also it was a base of operation. It was a base of operation. Pardon my my spelling there. Operation. It was a base of operation, and also they collaborated with the African leaders, and then they used missionaries to persuade Africans to cooperate with the British, and then lastly they used treachery as a method of acquiring territory. So as we end our lesson, as we come to the end of our lesson, are you able to attempt this question? So a revision question. A revision question. The question is, discuss the various ways used by the British to occupy discuss the various ways used by the British to occupy the Kenyan territory. And that now brings us or marks the end of our history and government lesson. I've been your teacher, Conan Gakure. Until the next time we shall meet in this same platform. Bye-bye.
And we continue with our topic of discussion, a topic in Form 3 chemistry, Form 2 chemistry, sorry, and this is structure and bonding. Now, we are going to see the various ways of illustrating ionic bonds. And during our last lesson, we saw an example of how to illustrate by use of a dot and cross diagram the structure of sodium chloride. So today we are going to illustrate formation of magnesium fluoride. So magnesium fluoride is also an ionic compound because magnesium is a metal and therefore it forms a positively charged ion. Fluorine is a non-metal and therefore forms a negatively charged ion. So the attraction between the positive and the negative ion creates an ionic compound, which is magnesium fluoride. On the other hand, we can say that magnesium loses electrons while fluorine gains electrons. And that's what leads to the formation of the ionic bond. So in this case, we can say that magnesium, this one has 12 electrons arranged as 2, 8, 2. And we are saying that it therefore requires to lose 2 electrons. Fluorine, this one has 9 electrons arranged as 2, 7, 2, 7, and requires to gain 1 electron. So that's the bottom line, that magnesium with the 12 electrons, that is the arrangement, 282. For fluorine, 9 electrons, the arrangement is 27. So for magnesium is going to lose 2 electrons, while fluorine is going to gain only 1. It has only the capacity to gain 1 electron. So what will happen here is that the 2 electrons that are lost by magnesium can only be gained by 2 fluorine atoms, because each fluorine can only take 1. So basically what we are saying that we need 2 fluorine atoms to combine with 1 magnesium atom, so that when magnesium loses the 2 electrons, each of the fluorine atoms can gain an electron from there. So on this, we'll draw the diagrams for that. Magnesium 12P, 12N. Can use a different illustration. So that is 282, that is for magnesium. Atom Mg 282. So it's important that all these details, we include them. The electron configuration at the bottom. Then we are saying plus fluorine. Fluorine is 9 electrons, so it has 9 protons and 10 neutrons. So the number of neutrons have no effect here. They just add to the mass of the atom. So 2, 7, this is a fluorine atom, F 2, 7. So we are saying that because magnesium is losing 1, 2, and fluorine can only take 1 here, so we shall need 2 fluorine atoms. So here we'll say 2 to show that these are 2 fluorine atoms, so that when you draw it, now we have magnesium 12P, 12N. After it has lost the 2 electrons. So now the number of protons are 12 and the electrons are 10. So we have an excess of 2 protons, so 2 positive charges. Fluorine, we are saying there are 2 fluorine atoms. You can either put a 2 here to show that there are 2, or you can draw them separately, but each will gain only 1 of the 2 that are lost by magnesium. So we'll have fluorine, the nucleus is 9p, 10N remains the same. The first energy level not affected, but the second energy level gains an electron. So initially it was like that, 2,7, but now it has gained an electron here from magnesium. Because it has gained an electron, so the electrons are more than the protons by 1, so we put a negative charge here. Put a negative there. And then because we had 2 fluorine atoms, we'll also have 2 fluoride ions. So magnesium ion Mg2+, and this is 2,8 as the arrangement because it has lost 2 electrons. 2 positive because 2 electrons have been lost. This is a fluoride ion F negative, and these are 2,8, and there are 2 of them. 2 fluoride ions. And you can say that the compound formed is magnesium fluoride, which is MgF2, because we have 2 fluoride ions combining with 1 magnesium ion. So the formula is MgF2. We used 2 fluorine atoms because magnesium is losing 2, but fluorine can only gain 1. So we can also have another one of formation of magnesium oxide. And this one we can directly go to the diagram. So magnesium and oxygen. 12P, 12N. So that is magnesium. (282) plus oxygen. Oxygen is 8P8N. We use the dots here. So the arrangement is 2, 6 because the total number of electrons. So oxygen is 2, 6. So we say that oxygen atom arrangement is O, 2, 6. So in this case, we are saying that magnesium is losing 2 electrons and oxygen is gaining 2 electrons to attain a stable arrangement. So the 2 electrons lost by magnesium will be gained by oxygen. So the diagram after that result that diagram will not fit here. Let's just is a continuation. Let's have it here. The product. So we'll have 12P, 12N for magnesium. So these will be 1, 2. We usually put the electrons in pairs unless it is 1. So that is 2, 8 magnesium after losing 2 electrons. So after losing 2, it acquires 2 positive charge. Then we have oxygen. Oxygen was 8p, 8n. The arrangement was 2, 6. Now it is 2, 8 because it has gained some 2 electrons here from magnesium. So by gaining, it acquires a charge that is 2 negative. So this is a magnesium ion, Mg, 2 positive. The arrangement is 2, 8. Oxygen forms an oxide ion. So O2 minus, like that. And the whole of this compound is what now we are referring to as magnesium oxide, because it has a magnesium ion and an oxide ion. So there's something that is important to note here, that for non-metals, when they form their respective ions, their name changes a bit, and we add an IDE at the end. So for oxygen, we have oxide. For chlorine, we have chloride. For fluorine, we have fluoride. So, but for the metals, the name just remains. Magnesium remains, calcium remains, sodium remains. But for the ions of non-metals, these are the ones that we add an IDE at the end. So hence oxide, not oxygen ion, but oxide ion. Not fluorine ion, but fluoride ion. So the assignment, the first question, using a dot and cross, dot and cross diagram like the ones we are drawing, show bonding in potassium oxide, calcium chloride. Number 2, name the ion formed by phosphorus and hydrogen. So we are going to stop there until the next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to this lesson. It is Chemistry Form 2 and the topic is Chemical Families and Patterns in Properties. If you remember, in the previous lesson we discussed the chemical families and we discussed a brief about the alkali metals. We said they are also called group 1 elements, and we also wrote the electron arrangement of the first 3 group 1 elements. Lithium was the first element. We said the configuration is 2, 1 because it has 3 electrons. The second was sodium. The configuration was 2, 8, 1. And the third was potassium. And the configuration was 2, 8, 8, 1. Since that the reason why they are called group 1 elements is because they are having 1 electron in the outermost energy level The one electron enables them to be placed in group 1. If you look at those three elements, that the sizes are different, that lithium is the smallest and potassium is the largest, depending on the number of energy levels which are present. That lithium has 2 energy levels occupied by electrons, sodium has 3 energy levels occupied by electrons, and potassium is the largest with 4 energy levels which are occupied by the electrons. And therefore, that's why we are saying that the size of potassium is larger than the size of sodium, and the size of sodium is larger than the size of lithium, depending on the number of energy levels which are occupied by electrons in each atom or in each element. In this lesson, I want us to discuss the gradation in size of atom and ion. Gradation in size of atom and ion. Remember, this is gradation in size of atom and ion of alkali metals. So gradation just means there's a systematic progression. A systematic progression on the size of atom and ions in group 1 elements. And I will explain this using a table which I'm going to draw for you so that we discuss it from there. This table is having the element. Therefore, that is the table. I want us to look at the gradation in size of the atom and the ion of alkali metals. These are the alkali metals. So the alkali metals are lithium, sodium, and potassium. Then their symbols, the letters are not supposed to be touching one another. So we have lithium, sodium, and potassium. Those are the symbols. The atomic number, lithium has atomic number 3. Sodium has atomic number 11, and potassium has atomic number 19. Then writing the electron arrangement, these ones we have already written or we discussed that in the previous lesson. So lithium has configuration of 2,1, sodium 2,8,1, then potassium 2,8,8,1. Then we look at the atomic radius, that the sizes of the atom and the ion, these ones are too small, and hence you cannot be able to measure them in the laboratory because their sizes are too small. You can see the units of measurements, they are nanometers. Nanometers are very small units. You cannot be able to measure them. It's too difficult because their sizes are too small. The sizes of the atoms of these metals or these elements are too small. So you cannot be able to measure them unless under special places. So the atomic radius are measured in nanometers. If you look at the atomic radius, lithium, the atomic radius is 0.133. That is the atomic radius of lithium. Then sodium, the atomic radius is 0.157. Potassium, the atomic radius is 0.203. The ionic radius for lithium is 0.060. Then for sodium, the atomic radius is 0.095. And for potassium, the atomic radius, not atomic, but ionic radius is 0.133. If you look at the atomic size and the ionic radius sizes, then both are increasing down the group. So we can say that atomic radius, we need first of all to define what atomic radius is. This is the distance from So atomic radius refers to the distance from the center of the nucleus of an atom to the outermost energy level occupied by the electron or electrons. For example, if this is an atom, this is an atom, this is the energy level, this is the nucleus of that atom. Let's say atom is lithium. So the lithium atom, this is the first energy level. The first energy level has 2 electrons, and the outermost energy level has 1 electron, because the configuration of lithium is 2-1. So 2 electrons in the first energy level and 1 electron in the outermost energy level. Therefore, the atomic radius is now the distance from the center of this nucleus to the outermost energy level. So the distance from here to here, that is what we are calling the atomic radius. So refers to the distance from the center of the nucleus of an atom to the outermost energy level occupied by an electron or electrons. So this is an atom of lithium. An atom of lithium looks like that. Then when you talk about the ionic radius, we are referring to the radius of these elements having undergone ionization or having formed ions. And these elements, they form ions by losing 1 electron in the outermost energy level. Group 1 elements So group 1 elements form ions by losing 1 electron in the outermost energy level. Therefore, if they lose electrons, or they form ions by losing electrons in the outermost energy level, they become ions. And when they become ions, then the number of the energy levels are going to reduce. So they are going to be like this. So lithium is an atom. When lithium loses 1 electron in the outermost energy level, then it will be positively charged. And the reason why it is positively charged is because it now has more protons than electrons. It has more protons than electrons. Remember, the atomic number is 3. The atomic number being 3, it means that it has 3 protons and 3 electrons. 3 electrons in the atom. When it forms ions, it has lost the 1 electron in the outermost energy level. So there are more protons than electrons. So the difference is just 1, and that's why it becomes positively charged, because it's that protons are positively charged. Protons being positively charged and electrons are negatively charged. Therefore, the net charge when lithium or any alkali metal loses 1 electron, then they become positively charged. Therefore, the configuration or the electron arrangement of this lithium ion will be 2. Then we have sodium. That sodium, when sodium loses 1 electron, it will also become a sodium ion, just having a charge of a positive, because after losing 1 electron, it has 10 electrons remaining and 11 protons in the nucleus, and therefore the net charge is a positive. Therefore, the configuration will be 2, 8, because it has lost 1 electron in the outermost energy level. For potassium, again it will be potassium ion, and once it loses 1, the configuration will be 2, 8, 2, 8, 8. So those are the electron configuration of ions or group 1 elements when they lose or when they form ions. And they form ions by losing one electron in the outermost or from the outermost energy level. So you can see that these were the electron configurations of the ions. These are the electron configurations of atoms. These are the electron configuration of ions. And therefore, you can see that if you look at the atomic radius, or if you compare the atomic and ionic radius, then you can see there is a decrease in the size. But first of all, let us start with the atomic radius. How does the atomic radius of alkali metals compare? How does the atomic radius of alkali metals compare? So the atomic radius of alkali metals increase down the group. The atomic radius of alkali metals increase down the group. This is because there is an extra This is because down the group there is an extra energy level occupied by the electrons. If you look at the atomic radius, this is 0.0133, 0.157, 0.203. So there's an increase down the group. And we have explained this by saying that the reason why the atomic radius is increasing down the group, it is because down the group there is an additional or there is an extra energy level which is occupied by the electrons. If you look at lithium, this has 2 energy levels occupied by electrons. Look at sodium, has 3 energy levels occupied by electrons. And if you look at potassium, it has 4 energy levels occupied by the electrons. And therefore you can see as you go down the group, and going down the group means from up going downwards. So there's an extra energy level occupied by the electrons. So the number of energy levels increase as you go down the group. The next is ionic radius. Ionic radius increase down the group. This is because again, ionic radius increase down the group, and this is also because down the group there is an additional energy level occupied by the electrons. And this one can be explained using what I have written here, that lithium, after forming ions, has been left with 1 energy level. Sodium, after losing 1 electron, has been left with 2 energy levels. Potassium again has been left with 3 energy levels. And initially, lithium had 2, sodium 3, potassium 4. So again, as much as all of them have lost, that all the 3 elements, each element has lost 1 electron from the outermost energy level. So still, the ionic radius down the group still increases, because down the group there is increase in an additional, or there's an additional energy level which is occupied by the electrons, and that's why the ionic radius also increases, just like the atomic radius down the group. And the other thing I want us to discuss is comparison between the atomic radius and ionic radius. Comparison between atomic radius and ionic radius. So if you look at the atomic radius and ionic radius, for lithium, the atomic radius is 0.133. The atomic radius is the same